John Ortenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
screen in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Hopefully everything works as usual. I'm sure it does. I'm going to pretend like it does. Because I'm hopeful. Welcome everyone. And welcome back to another episode of Monsters and Mayhem. This episode is called A Breath of Fresh Air. And if that's a good or a bad thing, we'll see. We'll see.
Better be a good thing.
It'll be like, yeah, the air is so cold here, it freezes your lungs and you die. It's so fresh.
So fresh.
It's like when you like brush your teeth and then have some water.
Yeah,
We're just going to Subway in this episode.
So we had a meme giveaway that we're going to sort out after today. It's closest today. Who could make the funniest meme or most memorable moment of the show? And there are some dice for the winner. So that's going to be hopefully.
They're so pretty.
Yeah, I really
They're
want to
so
get them
pretty.
myself now. So that's going to be very interesting too. I don't think I have any other announcements that we have made so far. We had a wonderful meeting where we were talking about the future, but whatever came out of that, we're going to show you over the next few weeks and months and days, I guess. Depends on which ones we're
Years.
talking about. So it might take a little bit of time to learn, but yeah.
Very, very exciting discussions about the future of the channel and kind of working out what we want to do with it and like all of those fun things. So definitely keep tuned for any announcements that we have about that coming. There'll definitely be some really really cool things that we're really excited about doing that are going to take a while to implement.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's gonna be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Right. Guess that was the announcements for now. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than unread messages from Nigerian princes who really wish that you could help them out in your inbox, you come to the right place. Last we left off, our wonderful heroes managed to have a very long conversation with Vartex, the man they were chasing, and seem to have struck a deal of some sort. They stop chasing him. He helps them break down the veil to the Feywild, so Celeste might be able to go home as well as himself. He also handed out a few cards to Sean and to Angway and to Dreccik, saying that there was some additional information in them, so to speak. Dreccik already took his card and saw the image of a famous sword in his religion, and has a general idea of where this sword is. The others have not activated their cards yet, and as one of the last things that happened, everyone went to sleep, and the next morning you were going to lock Vartex inside a bottle that Ingwe decided to use a very powerful artifact that could potentially hurt him, but was successful. Everyone went to bed. Ingwe had this magical dream of this item of his, and it seemed like everything went according to plan. However, Sean also had a dream, a little bit out of the ordinary. And that's where we'll begin today, because that dream is not over yet.
Just a run-of-the-mill, usual dream. Just hands made of spiders or something, right? That kind of nightmare.
So you find yourself in this great hall with a large amount of individuals partying and drinking, but some of them look like they have a stronger presence than the others. One of them you almost immediately can recognize as most likely what the Storm Lord would look like if you saw him in the flesh. And he seemed like he was very excited that you had picked him, as he said. The rest of the individuals at the table seemed to be watching you. Didn't seem to say much. But there was only 8 of them, not 9.
Okay.
They hand you drinks, they hand you food, and there's even a few women who approach you to wonder if you wanted to spend the night with them. You're showered in gifts, but it all seems a little over the top. Considering that you're just someone. It seems a little strange, almost unreal.
Yeah, everything that's coming my way, I am politely and with a confused look turning down. Just sort of like, nope, not interested. Oh, no, I couldn't, thank you. Nope. What the hell is going on here?
What do you want, Sean? What is your plan?
Alright. If this is real, something can come out of it. If it isn't, it's just a dream. It's just a dream.
Sure.
I'm looking for aid in finding what or who is responsible for the death of my wife.
I see.
And I believe I promised you some sort of vengeance in return for additional power or ability to take down the person who used your name in vain.
Well, seems like you've already caught that one.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know if that's gonna raise complications at all, but I mean, I can still finish them when the contract's over. I got no qualms in that.
Think you're more important than just vain name or misuse of my name. I think there's great things to come with you, Sean. And I think that together we can build a better future.
I mean,
But you have to be stronger than you are now.
if that's what it takes. If that's what it takes to keep my boy safe. Stop what it did to my wife.
Well, if you devote yourself to me and my brethren here, then it's for life. I do not accept anyone leaving.
I figured something like that. He's gonna reach around and grab his axe, hold it out, and drop to a knee, and put it forward.
He takes your axe. It's been a long time since I held such a measly weapon in my hand. I accept Sean Orton's fall. And he gives you back your axe. And it's slightly shining. See the reflections of lightning across its surface. Let's see exactly how strong you really are, my son. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sweet. Super good, just the best. Oh, it's so good.
You can do it.
Better than I thought. 9.
But you hear thunder, and then a flash blinds you, and you feel your entire body burn with electric energy as you fall off your chair back in Engway's room. Anyway, at the same time as this happens, you gently awake from your sleep. And in your hands is the object that you had desired. A flask designed for one purpose. To trap this individual, or at least have him live within this thing until you desired him not to. And as you do wake, you do see Sean laying across the floor, about to pick himself up.
Yes, Mr. John. Thanks for watching over me. I reckon that was really dangerous. Man.
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, really good. Remember that room?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Do you wanna go there again? Wow, it's not the same one. It's a different one. But whatever we control in our head, like opens and closes. And... Oh, what? What happened to you?
Don't want to say.
That's a better answer than you usually give. Thanks,
Well,
I
I
appreciate
figured
it.
I can't lie to you, so it's about the best I could do.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I'll probably tell you in due time, but I think I gotta process everything first.
Okay.
I'm glad to see you're awake and everything's up and running. You might need to test that with someone else, so don't go doing it yourself. I'm gonna go see if they got like a bath or something here. I feel like I gotta soak my bones.
Well.
Oh. All right. Go on then.
And John goes into the door, and it's like mud puddles, like a bubbly, warm mud puddles that are coming down, and there's like a cliff over the top, and then just steam rising. It smells like rotten eggs, and still like trees all growing down into it.
Oh, wonderful.
Have a soak. If you go up, see that the lower you are, the hotter it is. Doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. That the bottom pools, they're really hot, and then the top ones, they're just lukewarm.
All right. Just slowly starts walking straight into the bottom one. Just throwing clothes off to the side. Everything. Except his axe, which he keeps in his hands.
Hey, Celeste, Dreccik, my dream was successful. John and I are just don't be surprised if you can't find John and I. We're just there's a door in my room. It's supposed to be there.
Are you talking like through the stones? Oh yeah. Celeste will not respond.
I don't think I understand.
Yeah, Dreccik doesn't have a soap.
So.
I'm in bed.
I think only Engwei and Sean was in the same room as far as I remember. I think everyone else went to their own rooms to sleep.
Yeah.
I sent you a message, Sean.
Ooh.
Privates.
Secrets. Ooh.
Not so secrets.
Ooh. It's nothing, guys. Don't worry.
Can you share it with the class?
Yeah, no, it's just like,
It's just I'm a god now, so.
just letting me know that it's game time, same time next week. That's all.
Yes.
Cool.
Right. Right. Eventually,
It's just gonna suck.
the rest of you wakes up as well.
To Jean's note, is there a sort of communal bath area where we're staying?
There is like a bath that you can like book.
Right, well, I will go downstairs and ask if I can book the room for like an hour.
Yeah, no problem. Be 2 silver, please.
Oh, it doesn't come included with the room.
No, it's one of the specialties. You can get a massage too if you want, but we have to book someone in advance
Oh
too.
no, I don't want people touching me. I can do that quite fine myself, thank you.
Right.
Fine. 2 silver. And she'll slide it across the table. What time? Sorry, is my 4, or can I just go use it now?
Well, I mean, there's no one else who booked it for today, so you can use it as long as you want to for now.
And the water's fresh, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Alright, well, thank you. There's a lock on the door, I presume?
Absolutely.
Right, thank you. And she'll make her way up to the room, check the water's fresh, and see if there's a lock on the door.
Both are correct. It is fresh and it is lockable. And there's no windows, so no one could peek in.
Right. So Celeste will take an hour to just like completely clean herself, dunk herself in the bath, and just lay there for like 45 minutes, then get up and like just gonna have some quality time.
It's one of the better baths you had in a while, actually. For a little bit of a, how should I say, traveler spot, this is actually quite good.
That's good. It's not Is it like a wooden tub?
Yes.
Let's just make sure something splinters.
No, actually, the bottom of the thing itself is actually it's not fur, but it's like a fur kind of material on it. So even when you're sitting on the bottom, if you want, then you wouldn't touch the wood itself.
Is it one of those baths? Sorry, I'm going to far too much detail. Is it one of those baths that has like the coals underneath them, like they used to do like back in the day? They had like the coals under the bath, and the bath is raised, and that's how the water stays hot?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, so she will kind of keep an eye on those kind of the embers, I guess, of the fire, just make sure it like stays like really, really hot, because it's quite cold where she is, and she doesn't like the hot.
Nope, no problem. That's definitely doable.
Brush her teeth and do her hair and all the rest of it.
But no problem.
That's less morning sorted.
Well, Dreccik.
Dreccik's gonna just roll out of bed and kind of flop. And then he's gonna say a prayer, pull out his incense sticks. He lights one of his incense stick as he's praying. Grabs the incense stick, and then plops over to Ingwe's room to see how they're doing, and opens the door and sees the door. Guys, are you? Just gonna walk up to the door and knock it. Hello? Is this Ingwe's dream?
Can we?
Ah!
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I thought you were a crocodile.
I'm Dragonborn.
You'll really like it in here. It'll be like your home.
What is this?
You come in, it's not like your home. It's like really warm.
Where's the snow? He's still just drowsy and just groggy after all the excitement of yesterday. Just, what is this?
Down the bottom, those pools are really hot, and up the top, it's cooler. It's not cool, but cooler.
Oh, it's a bathhouse.
Yeah. Well, it's not a house. It's
Oh.
just nature. Well, it's imaginary nature. It's in my head. We're in my... I don't know if we're in my head.
Is this what you dreamed up last night?
Yeah, isn't it cool?
It's pretty cool.
Well,
Uh,
I don't know if I'll be able to use it again tomorrow too. This is once we put Vartic in here, I think I'll let him control it, and then if I let him control it, I don't know if we should go in. Maybe if it's important.
well, I think I need a bath. I don't smell so great, so.
Yeah, real
Hey.
therapeutic. Over here.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Oh, the
Yep.
vines have. And anyway, I'll pull a vine down and just like suck on it. It has water. in it.
Nice. I'm just gonna get in the pool next to John. Oof, oof. This is a lot hotter than my springs back home. Oof.
Yep.
As his
Get used to
tail
it, it's
just
real
starts
nice.
floating on the water next to him.
Two bros chilling in a hot tub. I feed a
Five
bucket
lappers,
and
not
I'm
gay.
And that's where he's just gonna chill for a bit, so. You had a good time, John, last night? Ingwe caused you much trouble?
No. Yes. Yes to the first part. Kind of. No to the second part. I'll elaborate later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still too tired for this. I haven't had my morning ale.
I'm just waiting for all the feeling to return to me.
You still up to cooking those mushrooms later?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it should be alright.
Alright, cool. I'll get the eggs when we go down.
Let's get started to it. I'll leave you to it. I'll go get breakfast ready.
I'll be down in a minute.
Walk past.
Just need to get like some cucumbers.
Little nod to Ingwe. Thanks. That helped a lot. And then
Is
head out.
Ingwe in one of the pools as well?
I'd be up higher because I'm.
Okay.
soft.
You also notice Ingwe and Dreccik. Sean has another tattoo now.
John?
Stop
Yeah,
looking at my
it
ass.
is.
I know I'm naked, but
I don't know too much about what you were before, but what's that?
And you have a tattoo on your chest, on your right side, sorry, your left side, which appears to be the symbol of the Stormlord.
Do I notice that it's the symbol of the Stormlord?
It's very visible. It's very big and easy to spot.
John?
I don't know what that is.
Why have you got the symbol of the Stormlord on your chest?
Remember how before I said I'd elaborate later?
Yep.
Yeah, let's wait for everyone. All right.
Look, after yesterday, I think I can wait for another mind blow thing. So, yep.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'll be down in just a minute. And he starts getting up to try himself off because now he's like interested in what's happening.
Was there a mirror in any of the rooms we were staying in?
No, not really.
Okay. Sean's just gonna try clean off as best as he can and just constantly look at it. And yeah, just wipe off as much of the mud as he can before getting changed and dressed. He's not gonna put his chest plate on. He's just gonna put his shirt on and leave that, make things easier. And he's just gonna go downstairs, still completely lost in thought, and go start on breakfast. Head down to the kitchen, or head down to the counter, I guess. Morning, friend. Don't know if you remember me from yesterday.
Of course.
Yeah. I was wondering if... Sorry, I had a long night. Can we use your cooking facilities? Make ourselves some breakfast.
I
Purchase
guess
some
so.
ingredients. Yep.
Sure, your friend is a friend of Cole, so sure, go for it. I'll allow it for this, but normally we don't. So don't talk too loud about it to anyone else. Everyone's gonna be
Yeah. No.
cooking their bacon and eggs in the back, and I'm not gonna have anything to do.
I should have enough ingredients. You eaten yet this morning?
Had a little bit, still a little bit hungry if you're offering.
I got enough. I'll make you some too.
Sounds great. It's a long time since someone cooked me an egg.
Shit, eggs. I gotta wait for.
Don't worry, I got some eggs if you need it.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And he's gonna go in the back and start whipping up some breakfast. I've got my breakfast bundle here. I've got mushroom, salmon, salt, pepper, spinach, rice. I've offered some eggs. I'm also gonna crisp up the salmon skin. So I'm gonna like cut that off separately and like fry that separately and put that on top. Yeah.
Welcome to Sean's Diner. How may I help you?
Yeah.
Right. Well, it smells very different in there all of a sudden. It smells very, very delightful. And the food doesn't smell like... Normally you have this sensation of it's some sort of soup or something like that gets cooked up and it always kind of smells similar in these places, but this just smells fresh. It's just really nice.
Dreccik's probably going to come down the stairs as he's busy cooking and just be like, Jared, was it? Jared.
Yes, Jared.
Yeah. Can I buy some eggs to go with that meal that he's cooking? Because I promised you we'd buy you breakfast. Here I am, buying eggs.
Nah, don't worry about it. He slides some eggs across the table to you. Just go give it to your friend. He's a very kind soul.
So are you. You're a great guy.
I try. I have my moments, but I also drink heavily sometimes, so I have to make up for it.
Well, next time you're drinking heavily, just let me know, right?
I sure will.
And then I'll go and bring the eggs to John.
You see John like nothing you've ever seen. He's like full chef mode, just like forgotten about his pain, and he's just distracting himself as much as he can. Oh, thank you.
You remind me of the cooks at camp, just ignoring everything.
Yeah. What?
My point
Yeah, no,
exactly.
thanks.
All right, I'll see you out there, John.
All right.
Well, eventually, everyone else arrives downstairs for this amazing smelling breakfast.
Imagine Celeste like leaves the bathroom in like in the movies when you like open the door and like all the steam just like comes out. Makes her way downstairs.
But you feel great though.
She feels clean. She's not used to not having like a bath or something every night. So every time she finds one, she's like, yes, score, civilization. Oh, Jean, well, you held up your end of the bargain, made us breakfast.
Yeah. I said I'd do it, and I'll do it. Plus, it's been a while since I cooked myself something to eat, and I kind of miss my own cooking.
Well, you can come back anytime.
A home cooked meal.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, I hope you all enjoy it.
Celeste, you should see the room that Ingwe cooked up. It's amazing.
Oh, have you been in? It worked, did it?
Yeah, that's why I'm a little muddy. I guess that's why we're a little muddy.
Oh, I didn't even notice any difference, but I suppose, yes, now that you pointed it out.
You You probably wouldn't if you wanted to not be muddy. Would have been very easy to not be muddy. Like the pools would have been water with light mud. I'm not sure if you've seen the like the pink and white terraces. How it's like a sulfury. It's actually more like a stone silicon.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
In Turkey. Yeah.
Jean would have left it muddy. He's that guy. You know. Yep.
Definitely mud, but like Ingwe is immaculately clean.
Yeah. Probably should have wiped more of it off before cooking. You know what? It's magic mud, so I'm sure it's fine.
We've eaten in far worse conditions. I mean, we've cooked dinner in the middle of the wild, so.
Very true. Well, one for each of you. Was there enough to make 5 when buying ingredients originally?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Come up one shot. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Bring one over to Jared as well. Slide it across. Appreciate it.
Thank
Sean,
you.
could you get me a coffee while you're over there, please?
I'll get you a coffee. Don't worry.
Thank you. I think
Give
she
you
likes
coffee.
it black, I believe.
Right. Well, here's a black one. Here's one that's less black, but still pretty black.
And I'll have an ale when you're ready.
There you go. One for you, of course. What about you, little fur man? Would you like an ale? Or whiskey? Some milk?
Yeah, some milk. Just. I'm alright, thanks.
Right. Well, just let me know.
You got a honey mead?
I do. It's special around here.
I'll take one of those if that's all right. And we got a friend coming in later. They're gonna cover all the cost of the drinks.
Right. Okay.
Honey mead.
Well, give me 2. Would you like one too as well?
Yeah, I'll try one of those.
What about the rest of you? Do you want one as well? It's pretty interesting.
Is it stronger than ale?
Oh yes.
Then yes.
Right. I'll make 4 just in case. And he goes to the back and messes around, and after a little bit he comes back with what looks like drink horns. And they're full of this very sweet nectar, honey substance, which smells almost like sugar. But you can also feel that it's very potent. And he places one in front of all of you. If you don't want to drink it, just leave it. I'll drink it myself afterwards. But at least you have the option of tasting, right?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
If you're drinking alcohol in the mornings, I think this is always one of the best.
Well, good luck. And he walks back to the bar.
Never had this before.
It's good.
I just sort of hold it up and then lick it, and I have like a forked tongue that comes out and just licks it.
It's very sweet. It's very sweet. It tastes almost like a soda would probably be the best to describe it, like a Mountain Dew. Very sugary. But you can also feel it starts burning a little bit on the inside after drinking it.
It's sweeter than what I'm used to, but that warm feeling down the throat.
Yep.
That's nice.
Yep. That's it. You ain't getting the burn in the mouth. That's to keep the flavor good on your food.
You know, not really one for eating breakfast in the morning, Sean, but this is actually quite good. I might even finish it.
I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. Yeah. Little smile crawls across his face.
What is this? And she like holds up like a piece of like the crispy salmon skin that's like in the rice, and she's like, "This is delicious. It's like crumbles in your mouth as soon as you put it in there. It's absolutely amazing."
It's the skin fried up.
Oh, that's genius.
Thank you. Yeah. Learned what I learned mostly from my wife. She was the better cook of the two of us.
As I'm about halfway finished breakfast, I'll just kind of turn to Jean and be like, "So, when do you want to talk about that thing, Jean, by the way?"
Yeah, I was gonna just see. Takes a look out the window. What sort of time does it look like it is?
Oh, it's probably around like 8 or 9 or something.
Okay. And I believe we were meeting Vartex like at 11, right? Or 10? Something like that?
Yeah, around 10, 11.
Yep. Yeah, so you noticed something before I noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
Still unsure if it was just a dream or not. And he's sort of gonna like open his shirt and show the tattoo to Ingwe, Celeste, and re-show it to Dreccik. I woke up with this after dreaming that I was invited to some kind of party of the gods.
Cool.
And you definitely didn't go out and get drunk last night after you went to bed.
I was concerned, maybe. I walked out the window or something, because I woke up real sore. And it took a while, but eventually I remembered that I was woken up after someone claiming to be the Storm Lord accepted my offer. And suddenly I was struck by lightning, a loud crack of thunder, and woke up in a lot of pain.
Wow, 2
But
deals in
somehow
one
feeling
day.
good.
So
Yeah,
Your offer of what, Sean?
my services.
so
To
you're
what end? Sorry, Dreccik.
no, it's just you dined with the gods at the tables of Ygard and
Maybe.
talked to the Stormlord directly.
It was a dream, I think.
That tattoo tells me otherwise.
Yeah. I don't know to what extent this happened, but... Yeah. And, to answer your question, Celeste... To no end, technically. Or I guess... To my end.
To your death.
I think so.
Can I have a look at that, Sean? Can I and just stand up and kind of like come over towards, lean back a little
By all
bit.
means.
Let me just have a look. She'll kind of pull down the collars. She's gonna kind of like trace her her pinky finger like over the markings. Is it raised or like is there like any red marks around where it is on the skin, or it just looks like?
Looks like it's been there for years.
How fascinating. He is quite remarkable. Do you feel any different? And she kind of like hold his, like move and like hold his head like between her hands and kind of like looking to see if he like looks any different, if there's any like markings or anything. Like, does he look any different at all apart from like this thing? And she's like, do you feel any different? Do you?
Everything looks the same.
I mean, still a little bit sore, but I don't know. Mentally, I feel a bit better, but I think that's more just aware of the circumstance and starting to believe it. Yeah. I mean, they did something to my axe. Pull it out and just hold it out forward. I don't know if you can see it, but looks like there's kind of a shimmer of electricity across it.
On the first glance, it looks the same, but as soon as the light catches it, it's almost like you can see lightning strike. Just very gently in the background of the metal.
So this happened in your dream, and you've woken up with your axe has changed and a marking of the god of storms.
Yeah. I honestly thought that when it was still there in the morning that might have been a hallucination. But then Dreccik spotted the tattoo, and that's when everything started to fall into place, I guess.
Would you mind if I spent some time with this axe? I won't leave.
I wouldn't. No, I have no problem. I don't know if they would.
I was just
If I
curious.
start to feel funny, I'll yell out.
I was just curious in case it had any sort of properties or anything different to what it was before. Previously, it was an axe that you crafted yourself, correct?
Yeah, I used to use this to cut wood down in the back, chop up lumber. Just sort of carved it down to make it a bit of a better grip. Wrapped it up, some leathers, adjusted the shape of the head a bit, but it was just a good old-fashioned woodcutting axe.
Fascinating. Right. And then she'll kind of like sit back and like drag the axe like two-handed, like drag it across the table and like move like her stuff out of the way, and she'll spend 10 minutes just like as she's like looking at this axe, and her eyes start glowing like a bright like orangey purpley color, and then she'll kind of like be tracing these like sigils in the air. She's like watching, and her eyes glow brighter and brighter, and she'll ritual cast identify. She's like looking at the axe.
Do you want me to send the details across to her?
I can tell you. I'll tell her.
Yeah.
She's identifying it. So. This is now known as Sean Audenfall's Thunder Axe.
Oh hell yeah, thunder axe!
Hell yeah.
If you attack and roll a natural 20, you deal one additional 1d20 worth of lightning damage.
Oh, dope!
If you roll a natural 1, you take the 1d20 worth of lightning damage.
Oh, hell yeah. You gotta be
Love a bit of risk and
strong.
reward.
Strength is rewarded.
So cool.
Awesome. So yes.
I'm just gonna look at John while she's identifying and just be like, John, did you, perchance, accidentally activate that dream thing that Ingwe was doing yourself? Because, well, Ingwe was dreaming and it came real. Were you also just dreaming and it came real? Or was that an actual vision? I'm confused. But also not confused because you have been marked.
Yeah, that's a great question. Celeste, what do you think? You know magic better than I. That makes sense to me, but
If this is while she's casting Identify, she won't pay attention. Like, she won't.
Yeah, this would be wild.
It's pretty wild because, I mean, Vartex is still in the world too. And he knows how to use the Dreamweaver. Oh, could be.
Although I don't know why you would dream up that you have a mark of the Stormlord on your chest. Did you dream up that you had a mark of the Stormlord on your chest?
I didn't even know that was the case. You saw that before I knew it was there.
Well, Mr. John, what was the prayer that you prayed to the Stormlord?
It's been a couple days now, but it's more or less along the lines that I basically told him I was seeking their aid to help me find who or what had done what they'd done to my homeland, to my wife. And in return, I would be able to find and eliminate the person who used their name in vain to trick me.
Vartex.
Now,
Wow. That's
they
cool.
seemed okay with the fact that we had sort of captured Vartex, so to speak. But I don't know if once this deal's over, I'm still supposed to kill him or not. So things may get interesting once we break things through, whenever that may be.
Once we break the door, Vartex will go into the Feywild. So if we were gonna have to, well, if you were gonna, wow.
Yeah, I may have to chase him in.
Well, in any case, I think after we've dealt with Vartex and put him in his new home, we should probably go see the council. They know a lot more about this being marked than anyone else. So
Yeah. Yep. Look, you're basically just joining the group now for this, but I may have to come to you with questions of religion. I seem to turn to Ingwe for questions of magic and Celeste for questions of the world. You may have to be my guide through the gods.
well, I've had years of training with the priests, so fire away, and I will try to answer as best I can.
Thank you. Thank you. So, you enjoying the honey mead?
Oh yes, the honeymead. It's not often I forget about alcohol.
And then
Takes
as
a big, massive swig and
It's just super sweet, and then you can just feel the burn.
yeah.
the spell fades and like all the lights kind of like go down a little bit, and Celeste is like, Sean, you've been given a remarkable gift. And she'll kind of like, she won't pick up the axe and but she'll slide it back across the table.
Oh.
Yes, this is it's fascinating.
What is it capable of? Do I
I think
want
it's
to know?
I mean, yes, I think it's very pertinent to know and understand what it is that you're wielding. I think it is something of a test that you've been given.
Okay.
When you're in battle, should you prove to be true and strong and strike your enemies, you shall be rewarded. The Stormlord himself will come to your aid. However, should you let yourself be weak or distracted, you shall be punished.
All right. Sounds like growing up on the farm with Dad.
Although, I don't think that your dad probably had lightning at his disposal to inflict upon you, but...
No. Although his belt sometimes sounded like thunder when it cracked. Sorry, dumb joke. Yeah. Thank you.
Did nothing. I am excited to see what your rewards will be, because if this is true, and if this time you really have been contacted by the Stormlord and all signs are pointing to the affirmative, then this is quite a gift and a very different path for you, Jean.
Yeah. So it would seem.
Does anyone want my mead? I'm not going to drink it. I don't drink alcohol before 10.
I'll take it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're right here.
I'll
You didn't hear
I'll
any of
take
that,
this
did
one.
you? It's fine.
I only hear ale and drinks.
Right, there you go.
Goes back in.
Is anyone drinking this other coffee?
Not me. By all means.
It's too early for coffee.
Drink the slightly less black coffee.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing.
So, what's on the cards for us today then?
Well, shortly, Vartic should be by shortly, unless he's weaseled his word somehow.
But I was quite interested to see where he was so desperate to get to hold himself up in for his last night of freedom.
Curious.
I mean, of all places to want to go, a mortal prison for someone of his kind seems rather dull.
I mean, he did say it'd be the last place anyone looked for, so...
I have trouble believing that.
Yes.
I mean, bottom of the ocean for one.
Could he do something like that?
I mean, we could if we wanted to.
Okay.
Oh, Ingwe has shown us his capabilities of being able to make us breathe underwater. I don't see why.
Sure. Isn't there like high levels of pressure under the ocean? That would. You know what?
Nah, because when you're breathing in the water fills your lungs up, and then it equalizes.
I don't understand it, but I assume that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm just still distracted. You guys go on. I'll do my best to follow.
So are we waiting here for Vartex to come, or are we going to go see him?
And how long have we got? I think several hours at this point.
Should we seeing as we're going to travel together, I've been thinking about like what we should introduce ourselves to other people as, like when we go back and see that out. Should we, like, we were called the Agents of Action from Bao. Should we come up with like a team name?
Do you mean something to define us more than employees about? Because from what I understand, there are other agents of action, you know,
Yes,
out there.
look, all the people that.
Accept a job from Baal, become an agent of action, all under the same umbrella.
So like a freelancer group name.
Yeah, like we could do like an acronym. Like we've got a priest and an artist and a wizard and a soldier. We could be called Paws.
Are you saying that I'm going to be around with you guys for a while?
Yeah, we've got to get that god hammer, and the
You don't have to, Dreccik, but I
mean, I suppose so. I just never thought about how long we were going to be together for. Before
And your
now,
sword.
I guess.
Do,
Yes.
do-
I want my sword.
and otherwise the tattoo will just keep growing, and we need you to help us open that door. Please come and help. Please come and help us open the door.
Well, I suppose I have nothing else really to do. Forgive me, I've just been thrust into this situation yesterday, and now you're saying I have to travel around potentially the whole world with you for who knows how long. It's quite a lot to take in.
You know you also signed a contract
Yes, I did.
that binds you.
Yes, I did.
you're
I'll
more
get
than
that.
welcome to go off on your own way, but let us be the first to tell you that fate has its way of drawing people together whether they want to be or not. So sometimes it's easier
Well,
not to fight the current.
At this point, I have nowhere else to go, so...
Oh, that's right, you can't
Why
go
not?
home.
I guess.
Or can I? And he looks at John.
Nah. Maybe. Look, I guess welcome to the group formerly known as the Agents of Action.
Well, as the newest member of the former Agents of Action, may I suggest we change our name to be the Chuggers?
It does have quite a ring to it.
You definitely made a suggestion.
Give me Jared's heroes as well.
Jared, can you please stop listening to our conversation?
Sorry, I'm trying not.
No, I just mentioned alcohol again, that's all.
Insinuated.
That was a joke.
It doesn't have to be something that we decide on now, I suppose. But I do like the idea of defining ourselves as an entity, rather than always having to introduce. And also, it does come in quite handy if we were to introduce ourselves and not actually have to give our names. I mean, Jean would be the first to attest to the detriments of that.
Yeah, and in speaking of that, I was thinking, for circumstances like that, what if we all had code names?
Yeah, well,
Like how
Ingwe is.
Jam,
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
sort of like different versions of that. That could be White Wolf.
Or
Although-
Thunder Axe.
Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, White Wolf might be offensive to Little Wolf, considering that people consider them sacred. Yeah, sorry, but yeah, absolutely. A collective name would be awesome. I think incredibly beneficial to us as well.
Maybe.
Company of intrepid god chosens.
That only works for 2 of you.
And helpers.
I don't like that.
What about
Uh,
what about something to do with the tattoos?
I see.
Do something that binds us.
Well, tattoos sort of make sense. We seem to be getting new ones every day at this point.
hmm.
And this one keeps growing. It's like,
Has it grown yet? I don't think so.
well, when I first got mine,
Usually
it
only happens
had-
when something rather spectacular happens.
Yeah.
What happened these past couple of days is not spectacular. I don't know what is spectacular.
It's quite a tale.
Definitely need to put some thought into it.
And, should it come to it, we can start, if we define ourselves as an entity, expenses can fall under the entity's use rather than personal funds. So that's also something to consider. There's a whole system in place for things like that. So I've heard.
Yeah.
Reputation seems to travel further if there's a group of people rather than an individual.
Oh, here are these 4 people doing this thing, rather than there is this group that is doing this amazing thing, like stopping the annihilation of the world.
That crazy group. Yep. I still can't think of a name, so I thought it would come to me there.
Inspiration strike, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone has a reputation for being struck, it's you, John. So let us know if anything manifests. Sorry, is that too soon?
No.
Just starts bursting into laughter.
I liked it. I'll do my best. Yeah, he just goes into like just a far gaze thinking.
Well, if there's nothing else for us to do now, should we perhaps just go out and have a walk?
Oh, other things to do, right? Sorry.
No, Sean, if you're in the zone, please stay there. We can discuss.
No. I was gonna mention the door. The door Ingwe managed to get up last night. It's a full-size door, right? I was trying to think of what we could do with it to get it around, move it around.
No. It's here, Mr. John, and you'll see like when you went through the door, it was like the shape of like the Omega symbol, so like the bottoms and then over, and there was a door, like kind of that circular hobbit door,
Yeah.
and that frame of the door is now attached to Ingwe's totem that he carries around his neck, and just hanging off the bottom.
Oh no, it just hangs here, and then
Oh,
I'll make it. It's like the one in well. I can make it big. I won't do it here.
yeah.
But
No. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see you shrink it. Sorry, I thought we were gonna have to carry a door around. I was gonna suggest I could put my shield grips on it and carry it around like my shield, but that seems far less painful on the muscles.
And also far less dangerous to Bard. I can't imagine using it as a shield and all of a sudden he's being bombarded with arrows and flying axes.
well,
Yeah, tough to protect in that regard, I guess.
if you want to visit anywhere, once Vartex uses it though, he'll go through the door, and then he'll have control of the space. So there's an element
with tricksy characters like that, there's an element of danger of using the space that he controls so completely. I know that you've used the space when I've been in it, and there's an element of trust there that you trust that I'm not gonna. I mean, there was that water prank that I played on you, John, but yeah.
Oh, yep. Yeah. No, I think you're right. If we would ever go there while Vartex was there, that'd be living in the house of a house of mirrors owned by a madman.
Yes, psychopath.
Well, he can't harm us. He can't. But I just think we should. If you want to remember anywhere or go anywhere, Celeste, before he's there, once he's in there, it'll be his space. I mean, I can kick him out and then make it my space, but yeah.
I'll be
Thank you
right
for the
back.
consideration. That I have no need to visit anyway.
All right. Well, we got some time to kill. Does anyone have anything they wish to do here? We should probably at one point speak to Mana, right? I don't know if we do that before or after. And also follow up on Little Wolf, considering they put, their reputation at risk to come out here, and now we've struck up a deal with this figure.
Well, we got the thing back, right? That we said we were going to get, and we're going to trap him.
True.
So, if we say that he's in prison, let's talk to Little Wolf after Vartex is trapped, because then we can say he's in prison and we got the thing, and thanks for your sacrifice.
I also feel as though we should do our duty and find a way home for Mana. I feel as though that is something that we should potentially put our minds to this morning.
Agreed.
She came all this way with us without knowing where she was going in order to get this artifact back. Now that we have it.
Oh, are we going to give it back to her?
I didn't say that. I said we should find a way to get her home.
Well,
And
ultimately she is gonna need that back, right? Like, the whole point was to get it to her and her people safely.
We were tasked with delivering it to her.
What if we allowed her to sleep with it one night and we looked out for her, and if she was able to maybe manifest some sort of thing that could teleport her home? I mean, I'm just don't know if that's possible, but
Is it possible for Celeste to sleep with it and dream up another gateway to the Feywilds in that case?
I think that's different because, I mean, I could dream up a gateway to the Feywild, absolutely, but I would not be able to pass through it. That's the whole issue. It would be a closed door because it is not the matter of the gateways being closed. It's a matter of the gods have actually stopped all transport. Trains are down.
What's a train?
The bus line no longer runs.
it's a wizard thing.
Yeah.
all right. I feel like it'd be a Kronos thing too, for some reason.
Definitely. I feel as though those tinkerers would be able to craft something of the nature.
All right. Oh, how long abouts do we have before Vartex would arrive?
About half an hour at this point, I think.
Should we just hold it out, have this conversation, and move on from there?
Sure.
All right.
Oh, if anyone's interested, there is a bath upstairs. If anyone wants to take a quick clean
There's
off.
a bath in there too, and he points towards Ingwe's necklace.
I took everyone to the springs at home. Well, you know what I mean. I did invite you. Did you not hear?
No.
Maybe you were sleeping.
I was definitely sleeping.
Well, you can play
Do
now.
you guys smell like sulfur? Do you guys like have that like hot spring? Yeah. There is an actual bath upstairs with clean water and flower
I
petals
just
that
thought
you
it
can
was
put
the
in
eggs.
I imagine
So-
John.
Just the
I
eggs.
imagine John would really like the smell. Like I imagine
Oh, yeah.
it would smell
Without
really
a doubt.
clean and like, yeah.
That's why you're like, oh man, it smells like sulfur. I was like, John wouldn't say a thing. Just walk
Yeah,
right in.
like-
100% he's in.
His little butt jiggling, like running
Yep.
into it.
I imagine this is probably one of the best Dreccik smell in a while. So
So you're just kind of chit-chatting for the next half hour? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I think we've
Yeah.
decided. Oh wait, should we decide where we're going next? Are we going to get the sword? Are we going to John's house? Or are we going back get Mana back?
I feel like before we leave here, we should at least go see the council to see what they say about Jean now being a chosen.
Agreed.
'Cause that's a pretty big deal.
I don't know if I'm a chosen. Just
Do you have the tattoo of the Stormlord on your chest?
yeah.
Then welcome to being a chosen.
All right.
We also need to have the conversation of if we are to send Mana home, are we to go with her?
Also true.
Because if she takes the artifact, then it will not be as easy for us to find a way home afterwards, I assume.
We could walk.
No. I suppose we could swim.
Get a boat.
Get a boat.
Where? Well, it depends where we're going next, doesn't it? If we're going to go get this sword, that'd be around here somewhere.
Would
John's.
it?
John, weren't you from up north, George? Are you north of here or south of here?
South of here, north side of the kingdom.
But to get
An
back
entire
to the
country
kingdom,
in between.
it'll be, what, weeks of seafaring to get back to the kingdom by a boat.
Probably more.
Wait. So are we gonna have to get a boat to travel back? And have you guys been on foot traveling this entire time?
Not to get here.
Technically, we've been on our feet. Most
Well,
of it.
We
So
teleport.
I have a horse that I rode here on that.
In
Yeah.
Trojan horse.
I'm just wondering, do I sell it or do I keep it?
What's his name?
I don't know.
Is he nice? Has he
Um,
got good chat?
I mean, I ride him. Takes me from where I want to go. That's about it. That's all I got.
He can come.
Yeah, we definitely can't sell him now. Ingwe's already grown attached. He hasn't even seen the thing.
I don't even know what his name is.
It's just, well, unless he got killed in the harpy attack, I haven't really checked on him since then. So
No, don't tell Ingwe that. Tell him that he's fine. Right, well,
He can't lie.
this is a larger conversation that I think we should have perhaps when time is not as pressing, because the last thing I want is for Vartex to walk through the doorway mid-conversation as to what our plans are, so...
Hello, guys.
Point proven.
Beat of
see
the
the
devil.
devil and he shall appear. Hello.
If you say it 3 times in front of the mirror. And you see he has a little suitcase with him, and he has like travel clothes on. Well,
Morning, Vartex.
good morning, my friends. How did you sleep?
Good.
Yup. Good.
Right. Good. I had a great night's sleep too. I went back to my cell.
Comfy on the hay.
It was very comfy indeed. It's a nice, calm place to spend some time.
So where is the cell located?
It's just at the prison here, garrison. It's nothing
Interesting.
fancy.
Well, there is one thing that we need from you before you are to go into the safety of your new home.
Right.
And she'll look towards Dreccik.
Ah, yes. We've had some drinks this morning.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Of all the things you could ask me. Yeah. He goes over and he pulls out a few coins and he pays everything. And weirdest thing ever. Okay. Right. Oh, I have one more thing I need to do before we leave, if that's okay. It will take a few seconds.
What is it?
I'm just going to turn something off. I turned it on a while back. I just need to turn it off.
What is it that you need to turn off?
Come on. I'll show you. It's really cool.
Oh my god, is it like the eye in the sky or something? Here we go, and he's just gonna click his finger and the eye's gonna be gone.
I was thinking like this whole town is an illusion, just suddenly all like disappears.
I am. Hey. Look at that. He points at the eye in the sky.
Oh my god!
There we go. Now I think I cleared it up. There we go. Sorry, sometimes it's just better to put a little bit of urgency on certain matters, even if they're not that urgent. I hope you understand.
Vartex, I will never claim to understand you.
Believe me, I don't either. Wait,
How powerful are you?
well, we can tango if you want and you'll find out.
Not really.
We can't.
Don't worry, Dreccik, he's all illusion-based. It's all a facade.
Well, I mean, that's what some people say. I had a lot of time to investigate certain aspects, but illusion is my favorite.
Gather.
Especially on a grand scale.
Well, you'll be really good at using this then. So I'm gonna bind you to inside the door. You can open it, and then if you control, you control what's in behind it, and then you're bound until I let you out.
Right.
Well,
Wait, and you just put the door in the middle of the room?
yeah, in the street. Yeah. In the
Wait,
middle, like,
I was
in
like,
front of a cow.
What
like,
the fuck? And people are like walking out.
Yeah.
What the hell? Where did the door come from?
Well, if you have any eyes you want to turn off before, you can talk to me if you want me to open the door. I might come visit you.
Right. I'll see you on the other side. Have fun, guys. And walks through the
You at
door.
the next pub.
And as you walk through the door, you can kind of see it already starting to change. It starts to look a little bit more what you imagine the Feywild would look like.
Yeah.
Like purple flowers and purple grass and green flowers and orange flowers. And a lot of very colorful. Very colorful.
I would actually go in with him to have a
Right.
look at his space.
Right.
And kind of what I'm looking for is if he tries to play any tricks, in case
Right.
later on we want to go with other people.
But you can make a investigation check or a perception check, whichever one you want.
11.
Doesn't seem like he's trying to do anything weird. He's just making a little. Looks a little bit like a little den in the forest, and then there's a little bit of a. That's like a hammock between two trees, and that's pretty much it. There's a little campsite there. Nothing fancy. And he puts down his suitcase. And he jumps up into the hammock. Right. Well, I'm gonna be here for a while, so it's gonna be enjoyable.
I'll come and visit you, and we can share stories. But
Sure.
I've got to get back to my friends.
I'll enjoy you coming by.
Shut the door.
And Bartix is confined.
I feel relieved.
That's so cool that he put the eye in the sky.
I don't think cool's the word I would use to describe it.
Yeah, me neither. Worrying, terrifying,
Wicked.
of great concern.
It was a prank. This whole time.
Seems
Apparently.
A sign from the gods themselves.
Well, kind of is, because it was in response to them closing the Feywild off. So it's not linked.
Right. So it's been up there for 80
No.
No.
Like 2 weeks.
It's specifically put there to encourage us to go faster.
years. Okay.
I
So
do
now
look
we're just
forward.
like mind blown because it's like this major world bending thing that we thought was a major world bending thing was literally just Bartek's fucking with us.
Just turn
And
the switch on and off. That's
The
it.
rest of the world is like messed up, wondering what's going on, and it's just like
Yeah.
that's so
I do look forward to the day that that creature joins the astral sea and has to face the consequences for all the trickery that is done in the name of gods.
That what happens to your kind when you die?
Yes, we return to the sea from which we were born.
Oh,
Oh.
if you die gloriously in battle, you dine with the gods that you guard.
And I'm sure you'll have
Unless
lots
you're
of fun.
John, apparently. And then
I
you
was
get
gonna
there
say that.
early.
Free pass,
You
backstage
can
pass.
tell Dreccik's a little bit jealous.
Yeah, just a little.
What? So, Dreccik, is the Stormlord one of your gods? Dreccik, is the Stormlord one of your gods?
Yes, and he pulls out his little amulet with the Ran symbol that's gone. It's like there's 8 gods on my little amulet here. There used to be 9, and Ran was right in the middle, but ever since he's died, it got removed. Well, apparently he's not dead, so we might have to put it back in. But there's Asgar, the god of knowledge and bravery. There's Flando, god of sea and storms. Samar, god of beauty and poetry. Lucia, fertility and love. Mana, trickery and thieves. Centaurus, goddess of war and justice. The Stormlord, god of storms and thunder. Pretty self-explanatory. And then Tadaro, the god of exploration and kindness.
And what has Mr. John stolen the chosen thing from someone else? Was it like that someone's died? Who's died to get?
That is an excellent question. I don't know if there can be 2 chosen Stormlords.
Wait, wasn't you? Didn't you say your dad was the Stormlord chosen?
Yes.
It was like, so now Jean is a leader of your clan.
I am not about to start calling Jean Daddy.
That'd be rather interesting.
No, but aren't you worried that you're? Aren't you worried? I know you don't like your dad very much, but
Well, I
seems like
wouldn't
he's
say
dead.
I don't like him. I'm just dumbfounded and confused, and I think that's why we should go see the council about this matter, because they know more about the markings than I. So, but do you guys want to talk to this Mana person first?
not if your dad's dead.
And also, I feel as though we should figure out what's going on with this situation before we make any decisions as to what we are doing in the future. And what we are doing in the future also depends on our conversation with Mana. That will also guide where we're going. So I feel as though if we get all the facts that we need in order to plan the next however long, and then we can speak to Mana about what she can or cannot potentially do and all of that.
And Little Wolf to check he's all right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will say normally you need to organize with the council to actually see them, but I think this is a special circumstance.
Well, I feel as though when you spoke to them, you were just kind of like, here, and you showed them your tattoo, and they were like, oh.
They were expecting me,
Right.
and then they were about to banish me from everything, and then I showed them.
Well, then that would have been handy. You wouldn't have had any reservations about coming with us. But I suppose it was a good thing. You
Yeah,
weren't banished.
I suppose.
I'll just follow your lead. Once we get there, that whole thought of only one chosen has got me feeling real uncomfortable.
I feel as though it's in the name itself. I mean, if everyone's chosen, then no one's chosen. So there has to be at least, a select few. At the very least.
Will Mana still be here when we get back?
I would assume so. I doubt she's the kind to wander off by herself. Especially with
Shall
that
we-
say
Yeah.
goodbye.
Shall we go see the council now then?
I would definitely feel more comfortable seeing the council now.
Right. Back we go again.
Do you want us to stop by the horse on the way, Ingwe, and say hello, make sure it's alright? Is it on the way?
Nah,
I'm assuming it's up in the stable next to the tavern because that's where I would have left it.
nah. It'll be right. We took the. I'll meet them on the road.
Alright. Everyone do your walking dance.
You walk all the way to the Ahindrum, where everything is located related to religion. Sorry, Ahidran, not Ahindrum. Ahindrum is the religion. And you go back to the same church that you have pretty much been at before. And there is the same amount of guards as before. But this time they let you in immediately as you arrive, with no issues.
Oh, I guess being a chosen does have its benefits sometimes.
Following your
walk
lead. Does it normally feel sort of, I don't know, queasy on the first day of being a chosen one? Or is that just my nerves?
In my experience, yes.
Alright, I'll take it as it comes.
All right. Although you're doing better than me, you actually had breakfast this morning.
I don't know if it's going to remain in me for much longer, but we'll see.
Get this over with quickly. And then I walk in. Is the council around?
Yes, they are already there, sitting around their table, discussing matters, but it doesn't look like there's anyone in front of them at the moment. So they're not discussing anyone's matters. They seem to be just talking amongst themselves. And as they realize you're there, they kind of stop talking and just lean back and watch you.
I just sort of walk forward to the center and beckon John to stand behind me. Council, I know you're probably still discussing the events of yesterday, but something new has arisen, and I am sure you'll be most interested in this as well.
You see the half-orc Bordan Kaz, one of the council members, stands up. What do you have to show us?
This fellow here, I'll just let him show you. And I step back and push John forward into the center.
Well, speak up.
I awoke this morning after dreaming of a meeting with the Stormlord, and after a crack of thunder and lightning, I awoke in lots of pain and with this.
It's another chosen. Where are you from?
From the kingdom, near the Duvet Forest.
It's highly strange. Most of the individuals who get picked as chosen are from our religion or our area. That's odd. Well, we must honor it if that is the case. Congratulations. Seems like you have the gods' favor.
Thank you. What does this mean?
Well, for a member of our side, it means that if there is an earlhood available, we will give it to you. Currently, there is not one available, but
Fine by me. I'm not interested in any nobility.
right. Interesting. Other than that, it means that the god is watching you and has chosen you for whatever you are doing.
so no pressure.
Well, it comes with great responsibility, of course, but as long as you do your best to prove yourself loyal to your beliefs and your religion, then everything should be alright. You're destined for great things.
Not to
Period.
make things possibly worse, but I'm not really religious. I've never really prayed or worshipped, with the exception of one prayer some time ago. Does this mean I have new guidelines I must live by? Or
Well, people from other countries and other regions have a tendency to believe that all you have to do is believe in a god, and then things are destined to fall your way. Sometimes you have to prove yourself to these gods. Sometimes they believe in you even if you don't believe in them.
understood.
Do with that as you wish.
Yep. I'm sure Dreccik will be a great teacher. Thank you.
Right. In regards to you, Dreccik,
Yes.
we will not banish you. You will still remain an outcast from your home area. That is still up to the Earl. But you have free passage to go wherever.
Right. Question. Because So, if he's marked the Stormlord, and my father's marked the Stormlord, there can be two chosen of the same god? Yes?
It's not the first time that has happened. It is very rare.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for not banishing me. I will need to do some traveling to find out why I have been marked with Rob, so we'll be happy.
Well, for now at least, our conversation is over.
Thank you.
Do with this what you will, but remember, it is a great honor.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Just bow and turn around and...
Mr. Dreccik,
Yes.
Mr. Elders,
Not again.
You didn't tell them that we imprisoned the being that made the eye, which is why it's gone. They probably want to know that we were the successful heroes, because you were chosen, which is why we were able to do it.
I suppose so.
They probably want to reward you or something.
The big eye in the sky is gone. We have vanquished the being who caused it.
Right.
And by vanquished, I mean put him in this necklace.
Right. Well, congratulations. The bards will sing your praise, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
for now, sure, we'll take it into consideration when we sing your song. Not banished one.
I went from being banished and now songs.
Unbanished. That's a good name. See, I knew we should have come up with a name before we. Now they're gonna sing a song, and the name's gonna be Dreccik and his mates.
I think it's time to go before we. Yeah.
Yep.
That would have been just direct to Celeste. Like,
Ingrano is going to mistake us for Dreccik's mates, whatever it is what you said. No one make that
Should I go back and tell them?
No,
I think we should be called Celeste Johns.
They're just dusty old people sitting around a
No, they're the
dark
elders.
wooden-
They keep the stories and they'll
Elders
tell
of
them to
who? Elders of here. I've never
Yeah.
heard of these people before.
Most of them have been marked by the gods themselves.
Yeah, well, so's John. I mean, what?
So am I.
Exactly.
But the elders tell the stories and Young
But
people
just-
listen to the stories, and then
Despite what it may seem, I know it's not giving you this impression, but being marked is a rare occurrence.
We're walking out as we
Yeah.
have this, like, bumping
I-
into the soldiers.
I do understand that it is of significant, cultural importance, but you have to remember, it's not that significant for people that don't exist in a bubble. Just to put it in perspective, I suppose. But I do understand that it is very significant from here. But
I don't think we live in a bubble.
okay.
I mean, I definitely did live in a bubble, well, a dream, but it had a bubble over the top. But I mean, that's why I'm here, Miss Celeste. I know there's all this other stuff's important too, but like, the story's really important to me.
Okay, well, how about this? I will write a better song.
Yes.
There we go. I will write a better song, and then we go everywhere. So then I will perform it everywhere we go, and that way, our song will be better than their song that they write, and no one will listen to their song anymore.
Okay, deal.
Sounds good to me.
I'm gonna turn to Jean as we're walking. Jean, here, and I'm gonna pull out my prayer book from my bag. And be like, I think this will be of use to you. Probably more than it is to me.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's well, can't read it anyway.
Oh. All right.
Yes, I have trouble. Well, they say there's words on the pages, but to me it just looks like blobs, so it doesn't make sense to me.
Oh. Is this for all forms of written language?
Except for the
or-
really big ones.
Right.
Like, I can read closed when on the signs on the shops, or open, but I can't read it when it's in a book. When it's small writing, it's hard to see.
Interesting.
Like the
This
card
conversation
yesterday.
isn't happening here, is it? Like, we can't hear this
We're,
conversation.
we're walking along. We're walking in the group. It's like it's the card yesterday. Ingwe was and Celeste was saying there were symbols on the sword. Oh, I could only see the sword. I couldn't see the symbols. It was just
Maybe it's some
blurs.
sort of curse or something. That's strange. We should look into that for you. Definitely. But thank you. I mean, if you ever want me to read anything from it to you, I'm happy to do it. And
I've memorized everything in there anyway.
all right. Well,
Well, I
promise
think I
you
have.
wouldn't have to call me daddy to do so.
Daddy, read me a story, Daddy.
Oh boy.
I'm kidding. I heard you say that before, and I thought it was kind of funny. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think my father has ever once considered reading me a bedtime story.
Oh, I got kind of sad. Well, I appreciate it, and if you ever do want someone to read a story, no jokes aside, I'm happy to read from it. I'm sure Ingwe will enjoy it. You can do it around the campfire or something.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
You tuck it in under the chest plate for now.
Could be the name of the group. Dreccik's Daddy.
That's just John's new nickname.
Yeah, that's his current name.
Come in, Daddy. Daddy, come in.
Or maybe that's John's code name, and every time I have to say,
Everyone's just got a version of Dad. Just like Papa Dragon coming in.
Papa Jean.
oh god.
So
We're not sure.
are we ready to see Mana now?
Yeah.
Cash hope.
Right, yes. Do the walking dead.
You're walking back again.
We should really do this.
Good.
Yeah, now steps in for the day. Gotta hit that 5,000.
Well, you eventually end up back at the Raven's Child. And Mana and Little Wolf and Frostbite is sitting in one of the booths, having some lunch at this point as well.
Greetings, friends.
Oh, hello, Sean, and Engway and Celeste and Mr. Dreccik.
Hello.
How you guys doing today?
I think we're doing rather well. We heard news that it seems like the whole Eisenfall village has been pretty much destroyed. So that's not great for these two individuals, of course, but
Oh, Eisenfall is where they're from.
that's the city you left on the other side of the bridge.
Right.
Have you heard word of your home? Is it all right?
I have not heard anything yet, no, and I think
What
they would
usually
probably
happens-
be on guard.
Yeah, they don't. They'll take it back eventually.
Eventually, once they've established the situation.
Yeah. Wow.
But every time we lose somewhere, we lose people too, and there's a limited amount of us left.
Well, you've done us a great service bringing us here, so I mean, I'm sure there are people with abilities of long distance communication in your home. If you ever need a hand in the future, don't hesitate to call us.
Right. I appreciate that, but I do think it's time for me to go home.
We apprehended the villain, and recovered the item, so it was important. And you'll notice the eye's gone too, so
I did notice that.
it's an important sacrifice, and I honor you.
Be careful, individuals that are that powerful usually have an agenda, even when it seems they don't.
Yep.
Can I take the time to telepathically speak to Frostbite
Sure.
and say the same thing, like I honor your sacrifice, Frostbite? Thank you so much for traveling with us.
There's no response, but there is a nod.
How do you stay like that?
You hear a female voice in your head. Many of us have gifts from the shard. Mine is that I can stay like this for as long as I want.
From the, what was the word that she said? Shard?
The shard.
Which was the village's.
It's like the avatar of Liaru.
Yeah, okay. Wow. And then I'm going to wild shape into a frost leopard.
Right.
And kind of just make like a body language submissive kind of, I don't know enough about animals to know what it is, but I know that you can do them. Show your neck muscles, kind of, I honor you.
She seems to appreciate it. Seems to acknowledge you.
And then I'll go and sit at Celeste's, do the cat thing. It's a massive cat.
Giant cat.
I'm going to stand on your keyboard.
Mana,
Yes.
You'll be pleased to know that we have Bartex. We have the being that did that horrible injustice to your friend.
I'm glad.
It seems they were responsible for the eye in the sky the whole time. That's what
Wow,
Ingwe was referencing before.
it's amazing. But that was in the books, though. That was in history books. He must have done it
Yeah.
before.
Oh,
Or he knew that it was in the history books.
I mean, maybe. That's probably more. Right, I'm not sure. I'm glad you got him. And you got the item as well?
We also have the artifact.
That's great. Glad to hear it.
seems they managed to get the thing complete.
Oh,
They did
What?
say they'd used it a few times, so you should probably warn your people and let them know there could be things out there pulled from the realms of dreams.
right. Okay. I will send them a message. That's concerning.
We were also thinking of using it to maybe get something to help you, possibly all of us, get back to Kronos.
Right. I mean, if we travel to the Ivory Clasp, we can get one of the airboats, one of the sky ships.
So look at the rest of the group. That sounds safer.
And expensive, but safer, yes.
Right.
Yeah, it will be a little expensive, but it's just a direct line at least.
All right. Yeah, what we got to figure out our next step from here exactly, but we'll return once we have a plan, and we can sort of go from there. I sort of
Okay.
realized there was something else we should have discussed that didn't come to mind till now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be here, and we can have this conversation when you're ready.
Thank you. We'll return. Jean's going to turn around and go up to Jared as well, because I assume Little Wolf and Frostbite are probably going to be leaving soon, which would leave Mana by herself there, if we are going off to do something else. And I'm going to go up to Jared and just put 5 gold on the counter and slide it over to him and just be like, make sure she's all right.
Gotcha.
If we need to get out of here for whatever reason, even if just temporary. From what I heard, people don't treat her kind of very nice around here. So,
Right. I will. I'll keep my eyes open,
thank you.
of course. And eventually, Little Wolf gets up and says, "I think it's time for me to leave. I think it's time for us to go back home and fight for our country."
I do appreciate all you've done for us, and as Jean said, if there is anything that we can do to assist your people, then please do not hesitate to ask.
I will let you know if there is. And he gives Sean a big hug. And Celeste one, and Dreccik one, and Ingwe one. What is this? Come on, Frostbite. I think you know them well enough now. And you see the snow leopard turns into a woman. She looks a little different though. Most of these Morna elves, these frost elves, they have almost like bluish, purplish skin. Half of her face is like bluish, the other half is like purplish. You can see that it's like a birth defect of some sort. And her hair is red, but also hardly white. She looks like whatever happened when she was born has made her look a little different. And one of her eyes is like ice blue, almost white, and the other one is like a brown color. And she nods and she gives Sean a handshake, and she gives Celeste a handshake. She gives Dreccik a handshake, and she kisses Engwe on the cheek.
I will unwild shape to receive the kiss.
Well, we will probably meet each other again. But
We
until
can only
now,
hope.
we will see what happens. We have to go home now. She
Good
wild
luck.
shapes into a white wolf instead.
Good luck.
To you as well. Come on. And then they both leave.
I can only hope that whatever is waiting for them is not as tragic as what I'm envisioning.
Yep. Mhm.
Cannot imagine the guilt that he feels.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few things that are bugging me about sending them alone, but circumstances. I think we've got something far more important. At least I hope. I mean, if that whole illusion in the sky was real, wasn't real, I guess. How much of the prophecy is? Was it all fake and illusion, with the exception of these tattoos, or
Is that
what?
not what all prophecies are? I mean, someone saw something, who's to say whether or not it's real? It is very, very hard to define what is real and what is not, simply by someone's word or imaginings. Prophecies are just that.
The gate was real.
Meow.
And Valentina died in the lava. That was real. It's a good
Yep.
question.
The consequences of the actions that lead to those events are absolutely real. But what causes those events to transpire in the first place, well, that is up for debate.
Stories are real. Even though
Words
you
are
can't
real.
touch them.
I'm real.
Got me questioning you. No, I'm kidding. I trust you.
Oh, yeah.
And them leaving over there, they seem like real friends.
Yeah.
Did risk a lot for us and gained not much in return, unfortunately.
So I was thinking, we should probably head back to that doorway from here, right? If we can get back to Kronos, we should be able to travel, get to the door, and progress from there. Try get to whatever is beyond that door. I mean, we've got Vortex. They'll reveal more information when we need it. Unless we want to ask him now what they think the first step to
No,
unlocking
I'm
this gate is.
done with him for now. After everything. But-
The way I see it, we have two choices, which is one, go to this god hammer that you speak of, or two, go find this sword that I foresaw in my card vision.
What is this sword?
It's a sword. It's got the mark of Brown on it. It's a sword that was wielded by, if I can find this right.
Is it located, you believe, on this continent? Because if so, and if it is
Yes.
something that we are going to be needing or something of great import, then it would be best to do it now rather than leave and then
Yes.
go back.
It is on this continent. It's located Probably on Blunderbuss Hill. Was it Blunderbuss Hill?
On the Peak Hill.
Blunder Peak.
Blunderbuss is a whole other thing.
Mm.
Ingrid can
It's,
tell you all
Sure,
about
John.
those.
Yeah.
It's
Can I
about
get
2
that back
days
in
ride
museum?
away.
No, I still got it. Do you want it back?
Oh, I mean, I think you'll be better to use it, but I could probably be better at keeping it working.
Blunder Peak is about 2 days ride away, and it's from the stories it's guarded by creatures that no one has ever conquered before, and anyone who has tried has not returned.
Well, as enticing as you make that sound, it does sound rather dangerous.
Well, as far as I'm aware, anyone who tried to go there was trying to get the sword for themselves, not so much granted a vision of said sword.
Right. But no one's gone there that has been granted the vision, so...
Well, no one's gone there that's been marked by Ran.
Right. Well, 2 days. Hopefully Mana can wait for us. Well, 4 days, I suppose. Let's call it a week.
What we could send her. Where did you say the skyships were? Why don't we just send her back
The Ivory
on the
Gate?
skyships?
Clasp.
Class.
Do we have a sense of how far away that is?
It's about 5 days away. It is the capital of this region, in the Tameless Green.
I just feel as though we shouldn't send her off by herself in an area that's,
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so the task we've got is the sword. Is the Godhammer supposed to be behind the door? Or is the Godhammer in a different place?
The door the door you're talking about is the one where Valentina died, right?
Yeah. With our
Yeah.
tattoos, it's supposed to,
So that's supposed to have a part of the key.
and we've got to break the key with the things.
No, you gotta assemble the key, and then you gotta find the book, and then destroy the book.
Destroy the book, keep the
But
key.
the reason it gets confusing is because there's now 2 things you can do with this hammer instead of just one. You can also break the wards to the Feywild.
Or we can break the wards straight away, straight up.
Sumerian.
Oh, that's right. If
Yeah,
I get the book, I can turn into a god. Got it.
I mean, that's not what we're gonna do at all.
Yeah.
Damn this honesty thing.
Well,
It's about turning into a god, Ingwe.
That's what the book's for. The Vecna's apprentice Vecna used it to turn into a god. I think that's right. Yeah.
Dreccik's just gonna
Loaf,
go.
I believe.
Dreccik's just gonna go. "Pfft, we don't become gods.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can debate mortality at another time. I think the more pressing matter is to decide...
Where's the Godhammer? Did we get a clue of where it was?
no. You got a clue of where one of the wards were, but not where the hammer was.
Mm.
Where's the other ward? What other clue do we have?
If you want more information of that, I believe there may be someone who'd be able to help me, but it's not here.
Oh. All right.
They're not here, but they do have information on the wards.
I trust you. Is it something we should do here?
Oh no.
Well, not here, but
Oh no, they're nowhere near here.
all right. Well, definitely good to keep in mind. I mean, I'll tell you what. If this sword is on the agenda, I definitely don't want to have to come back here once we've left. I mean, this city's all right, but everything outside it.
It's 2 days away versus how far are we traveling to get to the other place?
Yeah, not 2 days.
Well, it's 2 days ride, and you have a horse. But the rest of us, well, Ingwe could probably make it around that time.
I can get us a couple of hours of horses.
So you could do 2 hours of horse, and then half an hour or an hour rest, and then another 2 hours of horse.
He has
I'm
a
happy
horse.
to walk.
But you have a horse. Why would? I'm confused.
We could also go rent horses if we've got the
I
coin
don't-
for it.
I don't have any money left.
Yep.
What are you
How much
talking
does a
about? You
horse
always
go?
have money.
How much does a horse go for?
How much does a horse go for, dear?
Let me check.
Probably a lot more than I have in my coin purse.
We could steal some horses.
Some of them
Speaking
aren't
of
too bad, actually. Some of them aren't that bad.
Ingwe, do you want to go check my horse? I haven't checked it in a day or so.
Yeah, I'll come with you.
Yeah.
A riding horse is 75 gold pieces.
That's to buy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can get a pony for 30.
Oh, I want a pony.
Or a
Daddy, can I have a
war
pony?
horse for 400.
Papa John.
Daddy, buy me a pony.
And a sled is 20 gold pieces. Jesus.
I have 75 copper pieces.
We could go,
I wonder if. Do you reckon 2 chosen would get a discount on horses?
I think they might. We could try, see if they lease the horses out for cheaper.
What?
Otherwise, yeah.
What about the sled? And then we just use Dreccik's horse to drive the sled.
What if. Oh, wait. What if you all hang out. Or we all hang out in the necklace. And then we only need 1 horse?
I'm not going in there with him.
As good an idea as that is, I'm with Celeste.
Yeah. I think that's where we should have our break.
Yeah, fair.
Quick break, quick break.
So let's go on a short break, and then when we come back, you can decide how you want to travel and what you want to do.
Horse
At least
shopping.
we know we're going to the sword, right? Like that, we made that decision. We're not coming
Yeah, I
back
feel like
and
that.
Seems like it.
redeciding.
We
if this
come
is
back and
what
we're like, actually, let's go somewhere
Yeah.
else.
Let's go
Fair.
to Hawaii. Sick
Let's
of
go.
all
I want
No.
to go to Ingwe's home.
Let's go.
Fair.
I don't know
All
where
right.
it is.
Oh, there you go.
That's true. You got pulled out.
That's fair. All right, let's go on a short break, and then when we come back, we can continue where we left off.
See you soon.
Bye.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the Kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations.
Hey.
Some weird reason my camera's always the last one. There you go.
Jazz hands for everyone.
There you go. Right. So last we left off, you were about to make a decision on where to go and what you wanted to do.
To the sword.
To the horses.
Horse open sleigh. Maybe 2 horses open sleigh. 1 horse open sleigh? One horse open sleigh.
Why don't we go check on this horse first, make sure we got one, and then we can go from there, see if we need another.
Yeah, it should be just around here. Look, come. I take them around to where I would have had the horse in the next to the tavern.
Right.
Is it still there?
It is still there.
Yay.
Uninjured.
Ingwe, horse, Ingwe.
Hey, horse. How you going, man? He can understand me. I can't understand him.
Just looks at you.
Dreccik doesn't know your name. I'll have a chat to you later. I mean, you can understand me. I can't. Anyway, good to see you
Takes
here.
a poop right next to you.
Here, have a berry. I think we're gonna go and get you a sleigh. Do you prefer being a 1 horse? Anyway, the horse is good. Let's go get a sleigh and we'll load it up.
Perfect.
Okay.
When I say let's go get a sleigh, I don't have any money. But didn't we have money left over from that money that we got for this adventure that we've completed? Job done. Bartend's caught.
I mean, I think so. If my memory serves right, we should have had a little bit left over.
Some of you bought a lot of magic items.
Yep.
Warp it.
Oh. Celeste, we can't hear you. All the way up.
Oh.
You gotta come around this side.
Sorry, I was inside. I didn't know about the horse. It's a horse. do you think though that 1 horse will be enough to carry all of us to ferry us all across? I feel as though
if we get a sleigh, it's like a cart. It's like a horse, same as a horse and cart. But in the snow, you have a sleigh and it doesn't need wheels. So, like, you know how we had Luna and the cart. If we get a sleigh, we put the horse on the sleigh. And if we need extra horses, I can get some imaginary extra horses.
right. Okay.
That part I didn't know about. That would be useful.
Maybe should we get 2 horses in case 1 dies?
As Jean thinks to himself, being familiar with the snow and traveling on the snow, would 1 horse be enough to carry a group of 4 people plus all their crap?
No, you definitely need to.
Definitely need at least 2, yeah.
It's way too much carried. Like, you're having armor and stuff like that, too.
I think if it was one of us sort of
going along, we should be all right. Maybe even 2, but with the 4 of us, I think we'll definitely need another.
2 horses and sleigh. Okay.
I mean,
Also,
yeah.
the majority of the travel to where you want to go right now is also on grass.
Ah, so we want to cut. Oh, the fields would go.
If you want to go over the icy areas, you can do that if you wanted to in a sleigh. But if you're going to, as far as I can see, the idea is that you're going to Blunder Peak, and then you're going to the Ivory Clasp, and all of that is on grass.
Okay. Should we just get horses? I mean,
Get a
Dreccik and I are
cart.
pretty tall. We could just walk.
A card is only 15 gold. Apparently.
A cart.
I say we get a cart.
Yeah. I think it'll definitely be more useful, and we should need how many
Now you
horses?
have 2.
2 as well, yeah. The same
got
amount of
one
horses.
horse. We
So,
got 1 horse, so we need 1 horse and 1 cart.
all right. Shouldn't be too rough.
Yeah.
Where did you get your horse from? Was it here or back home?
The final gift before I left.
Right.
They wanted me
All
out
right.
there.
Yeah. The speed of a horse. All right, let's go. I'm sure we can find some. I mean, unless there's an owner of these stables here, they might have something available. Hello.
Well, I assume that to buy the horses, you'd have to go nearer to the front gate where people leave. Normally.
Makes sense. So we get ourselves a horse. Try to find ourselves a cart, I guess.
I'll take this one with us in case we just keep going.
Sounds good to me.
But before I do, and I just pop my head back in. Jared, I think we're about to leave.
Right.
If you see Cole, tell him I said hi.
Will do.
And,
I will do.
I'm sure we'll be back one day.
Should we take Mana with us? Leave her here.
Not to the point of no return, how Dreccik has described it. I feel as though it may be dangerous.
Are we coming back?
Well, I'm not sure.
She was pretty handy.
Well, how far away is the Ivory Clasp from where we're going? Do we have to backtrack anyway?
If you're going to Blunder Peak, you'll go there for 2 days, and if you're going back again to the Ivory Class, it'll take you 7 days.
Would we have to come back through here?
You can if you want. It's on the way. But you'll probably shave 1 day off if you don't, because you're on a hill right now, or on a mountain almost, and you can go around then.
I feel as though after everything that she's been through, maybe good to just give her some time to collect herself.
Yeah, that seems fair. And I threw Jared some coin to look after her. I'm hoping it's enough. We should definitely say our goodbyes before we go, but let's go see if we can find these horses first, because if we can't find shit to get there, it's going to be a whole different conversation, I feel.
Yes. Right. Well, Dreccik, you are the most familiar with this area. Can you take us to where?
Well, I would assume they're near the front gate, and there's only one of those, so let's go.
Right.
Right. So at the front gate, you're correct. There is places where you can hire, ride, or try horses. You can buy carts, you can buy sleighs, you can buy different sorts of things. The guy who's selling the horses, however, looks a little bit different. He's a very tall, langly kind of fella. He's a human. And he's wearing like a completely black, almost suit with a little top hat. And he has a little stick under his arm. And he seems to be human. He's just a very, how should I say, like, elongated human in that sense. He seems to be running 2 businesses. One part of it is selling horses. The other one seems to be an undertaker. And he's kind of standing in between both of them. Half the shop on one side is one thing, half the shop on the other side is another thing.
What a combo.
Yeah. I mean, it's rather...
Also, undertakers in a place like this is very uncommon, considering everyone literally gets burned.
I'm going to take the body to the pyre.
Well, this is a coffin undertaker kind of thing, so it's a little off the books. It's a little weird, but
he's a traveling undertaker. Yeah, bury folks all across the land.
Right.
Hello there.
Hello and welcome to the Undertaker stable. How can I help you? What are you looking for? You looking for a coffin? Did some of your friends die and you don't want to bury them, or you don't want to burn them? Or are you looking for a horse?
Horse.
Yeah.
Are you sure? And he puts his little stick next to you, and he clicks it, and it gets longer. And then he's like, that's about your height. Yep. Yep. I'm gonna write that one down. Yep. Horse, you say?
Are you suggesting I'm going to die?
Oh, well, it's certainly a thing, isn't it? It happens once in a while. He'll march over to Celeste and kind of match the height as well.
I'm gonna get the stick and move it away from me.
Right. Okay. It's about 7.5 anyway. So. All right. And he notes something down and he goes over to Sean. Evening, gentlemen. Top of the morning to you.
5'11".
Oh yeah.
120 kegs.
Oh, that's quite accurate. Thank you. That helps a lot, man. So, you're a tall one, fairy boy. Okay. All right. I'll get it. Let me get you. And he starts measuring away as well. Right. Horses, you say?
Yes, horses. Just the one, actually, and a cart.
Right. Horse and a cart. Right. Well...
One that gets along well with other horses, preferably.
Well, I don't know if any of my horses are part of a social club or do any knitting on their spare time, but I'll ask them. 75 gold for the horse, 15 gold for the cart. Unless you want a really fancy cart, then we can make it 20.
What was the difference between a standard cart and a fancy one?
The roof.
Oh, so this comes with a canopy.
Yes. So there's at least a roof over it. You can sleep in the inside, and if not, I sell coffins. There's plenty of good ways to die.
As much as I appreciate your concern over our mortality, we will not be needing that service today, though we do appreciate it. And we'll keep you in mind for anything in the far, far distant future.
That is perfectly fine. Just want to make you aware that 95% of the accidents happens in the home.
Well, good thing we're not at home then.
The other 5% happens outside of home, strangely enough.
I would assume so.
Good odds.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to make business here. It's a little hard in this region. I didn't realize when I arrived here, and now suddenly it's a staple manager. Anyway.
Have you ever considered moving your business elsewhere, relocating?
Edmund Clarence Strawfella doesn't simply just give up.
Well,
I am persistent.
Well, it wouldn't be giving up. It'd be merely giving yourself a better chance of success.
I am not ready to leave this place yet. I feel like there's plenty of people dying in there. I probably shouldn't say that too loud. That sounds... Never mind. Never mind.
Right, well,
this one looks a little sickly. Right, I'll be talking to you later. Anyway.
Or perhaps their loved ones, perhaps not them, personally.
Right. Whoever crooks, I'm here with my book.
Right, well, how's this? We're travelling through the region, probably for the next 2 weeks or so. If we come across any recently demised patrons, we shall give you a recommendation.
Right, well, there's a 25% increased chance of you getting ambushed on the road. In case you die, would you like to set up a pre-burial agreement?
No.
Anyway, so for the horse
we
and
just
cart.
got marked yesterday, and today I don't think we're in any danger of dying, at least in the near future.
Oh, but I mean, there's a high probability that anyone getting marked by the gods end up dead. But
But
what do I
even
know?
so, there's no one in this region who would mourn my loss, and graves are for the grieving. So
I would mourn your loss grievously.
Can we
have
get
to pay
back to the
extra for that?
horses?
Right. 90 gold for a canopy cart with a horse. That
what
might
colour's the
or might
horse?
not.
Colours the canopy.
Does it matter?
Well, yes.
Right, it's brown.
What colour's your horse, Dreccik?
It's brown.
Right. Perfect.
There you go.
Beautiful. And I will hand over 90 gold.
Oh, thank you so much. And if you should need a coffin, please let me know. I'm here at your service.
Right, you've said so many times and I shan't forget it.
I'm glad I'm doing my job right.
For curiosity's sake, how much is a coffin?
Well, it depends on how well you want it made. Are you planning on staying in there for a long time? Do you want like a necromantic safeguard? Do you want a little bell in case you didn't actually die, so you can ring that and someone can bury or dig you back up? Is there any special requests? Do you want to be buried with your horse? Ooh, calm down there, big boy. What are you after? We have the whole how should I say, the Sahani special package where we build a little mount looking like a pyramid and we shove you underneath.
Look, honestly, I was just curious on the price, because I think if I die, I'm just going to get burned.
Right. You can get the basic package for 2 gold, and then you can buy the add-ons for whichever ones you want for up to 3,000 extra gold, depending on which one you are after. But you can start off with 2 gold. That is a basic coffin. There's no safety against you getting resurrected by evilly doers doing evil things. However, it is cheap.
Right. I'm just gonna walk, turn around, and just walk. And as I pass Celeste, I just, you can deal with this. You seem very good at dealing with this. And I just keep walking.
John's standing from afar, measuring him as well with his axe, seeing how tall he is with an axe. Yeah.
Sorry, Ingwe, Jean, could you go and inspect the horse quickly to make sure it's in good condition before I finalize the monetary arrangements?
Gladly. I'm gonna go check on the horse. See the health of it.
I will come.
You can both make an investigation check or a nature check, depending on which one you want.
Animal check and beats.
All right.
Make sure the shoes are in good condition.
7.
Right, everything looks like it's in shape. Everything looks great. Did you want to roll to 9?
No.
Everything is in perfectly great condition.
Sean's distracted, just being like, that guy keeps trying to sell us a coffin. I'm going to give him a customer who looks very familiar to what he looks in the mirror.
Right, well, everything seems to be in order. So the canopy cart and the horse.
Right.
Here's your 90 gold.
Thank you so much. Pleasure doing business with you, young lady.
Right, yes. Good. Could one of you grab the horse and the cart and we shall get it fixed and then take it, We should have brought your horse with us, Dreccik, so we could just leave from here already at the gate.
I thought we did.
I thought you did too.
Oh.
Just suddenly the horse pops out from around the corner.
Oh, it's here.
That horse.
If you would so kindly just reverse in while Mr. John... Oh, that's interesting what you're doing, Mr. John, with those buttons. Ah, no.
This is how I was taught.
Ingwe, did you find a name for horse and second horse.
See, the thing, Mr. Dreccik, is
Yeah.
that the horses can understand me, but I have to spend a bit of time speaking horse before I can understand them.
You can
So
speak.
we'll do that on the road.
Okay, whatever. You can transform into animals. I assume you can talk to them. Right.
As you walk away, you hear, "In case of demise, if you need a ride, come yell Edmund Strawfell." I gotta work on that.
So we'll load up because we've still got the tent, the elf tents, as well as our tent, right? Like we've got quite a decent amount of gear now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chucking it all on. I can't continue to sell fucking coffins to us.
How insulting. It was so insulting.
Yeah. Yeah, I was getting frustrated.
Hey,
Horses.
don't understand.
Yeah, me neither.
He would not sell many coffins in these parts.
What are they for? They don't look very comfortable for sleeping in.
Yeah. Comfortability is not a problem for who's sleeping in those.
As far as I'm concerned, it's firewood.
As we usually used to make them back where I'm from, so
Firewood.
pretty much.
Yes,
Anyway,
well,
let's go.
Off we
Celeste
go.
will pointedly get into the back of the cart.
Right. No problem.
All right. Who wants to drive?
I figure you know the way around here best, right? You're most familiar with the land.
I think I know the rough location of Blunder Peak. We can start pointing us in the right direction.
Let me know when you need a break. I'll take over. And just point me in the right way.
Right. Are we ready to go?
Yep.
Right.
So we definitely told Mana that we were leaving.
Not immediately. We said we'd be back in a moment after we figured out exactly. Yep.
Turn
So I
around.
thought we were going back for the horse.
Yeah. Should I run over? I'm happy to just run down and tell her.
I'd like to say goodbye.
All right.
I'll just wait here at the cart for you guys.
Right.
I'll find out what the horses' names are with you, Dreccik.
All right. Show me your horsey ways.
Right. So you two run to Mana and say you're leaving, and she's staying there. She's okay with that. For now, at least she feels she's in a fairly safe spot compared to where you were traveling earlier. So that's not a problem.
He's reached
pulling
down
out
and-
his... Yeah, I go for it.
Oh, you go.
I was going to say, Sean's pulling out his sending stone, just looking at it, contemplating to leave it behind. But the amount of times he's thought of that, and everyone's been like, no, it's good.
I can send a message, Sean.
Right. Right. Sorry. Forgot that's a thing that you don't need that for.
Oh, good.
You just let us know.
Right. I'll stay here for a while. I'll send messages to my people. I'll try to see if I can book us passage.
Celeste will reach down and kind of take Mana's hand between hers and just kind of thank you so much for everything that you've done for us. I do hope that you will be safe here, secure. Jared over here, John has left him, some provisions and things like that to ensure that you're well taken care of while you're here. So,
right.
Should you want for anything, just tell Jared that we will return and cover any expenses.
Thank you. I will do that. I have some tinkering to do anyway, so it's maybe not so bad.
Oh, they have a beautiful bath up here. You should go and try it. They have petals and everything you put in the water. It's delicious. So.
That does sound interesting. Thank you. I will try.
Right. Well, try not to miss us too much.
Likewise. And Ingwe, what are you trying in the meanwhile? You're trying to communicate with the horse?
Yeah, I'll cast ritual cast speak with horses, and then I don't actually
Speak with horses, the very specific spell.
If it was that specific. Right.
speak horse.
Okay. What do you say?
So like I would, as my ritual cast, be talking to the horses for like 10 minutes as I'm ritual casting horses, and so like I'd brush them down and be like, "Oh, you're so beautiful," and "Oh, you look at your strong legs," and basically I just want to find their names out.
Oh, hey, mate. My name's Jerry.
Oh, hey, Jerry. Oh, I can understand. Yeah, good. Worked it out. Sorry.
How are
Takes me a
you
while
doing there, big rabbit?
Big rabbit. Yeah, big rabbit and big alligator.
Yeah, he's a little scaly.
Jerry, and what's your name, young lady?
I am Janina.
Jared and Janina. Excellent. Well, we're gonna do a bit of traveling. You stick close to me. I'll look after you.
I got gas.
You got gas. Yeah, good. Here, have a berry.
Ah, thank you.
Well, if you enjoy the journey with us, well, there's plenty of berries, plenty of food. There might be a bit of fighting, so just stay safe. We'll look
Plenty
after
of gas.
Ingwe, what did you say? That one stinks.
you. She said she's got gas.
Oh gosh. Can we get it? Oh no. It's 2 days of this. Hopefully it's not permanent.
Only you weren't right behind the butt.
A breath of fresh air.
In the cold air.
Inhale.
I'm just gonna light one of my incense sticks and place it just at the front.
It flares up from time to time.
Hopefully that dissipates the smell for a while. Did you find the names of the horses, Ingwe?
Yeah. Jared and Janina.
Jared, like
Jerry.
Jerry.
Jerry and Janina. Yeah.
Jerry and Janina. All right. Hello, Jerry. Nice to meet you. I know you have been together for a few days now, but nice to finally meet you.
You can't speak horse, Dreccik, just because I can. But, I mean, he can't understand you either. Just, here. Rub him like that. And give him a beer.
Grr. Oh. Okay. I'd never thought of horses as thinking creatures.
I never thought of alligators as talking creatures.
Fair enough.
Eventually, you end up back in the car. And as you are getting ready to leave, you see the... I'd probably call it more like a scowl than anything. It seems to be more like a town crier, walking around handing out some flyers with some news and such. Passing by in the region where you are. If you want to, you can grab a flyer. If not, you can just leave it. It's up to you.
I will grab one.
Right. You grab a flyer with some of the news.
Go to grab one, but then when Celeste grabs it, I'll just leave it and look over her shoulder.
Right. Okay. But for now, you end up finally leaving this Lycanthus area. Going down the hill, down the mountain hill, once again, towards where you pretty much came from, just a little bit more south. But pretty close. And about 2 days' ride. So is there anything in particular you want to do during the first day of travel?
Sean's just going to be enamored by his axe. For the most part, he's going to look at his axe, and then, when Dreccik gets tired and wants to swap out, he'll swap out and just keep an eye on the road and just, that's it.
I do.
Celeste is going to start writing a ballad.
Very well.
Dreccik doesn't seem to get tired. In fact, this sort of traveling seems to reinvigorate him.
Good.
Sweet.
Well, eventually during the first day, you end up having to camp for the night. Now you're still in the greener area, you're not in the snow. It is still kind of cold, but it's not in a snowy or icy area. But for now, you would need to make camp.
Check this out. We had a job with a guy called Bal, and he gave us this real cool tent. What's this? And
Whoa!
then, come inside. You can see on the roof, it's like the sky, but not the sky. Anyway,
Yeah.
Is this a tent?
yeah.
Crazy
And-
tent.
It's
And
also slightly
if you
warmer inside.
And if you want to store any of your things, you can put them in the pocket. Here, this is your pocket,
And I'll like take him over to the one that like was previously John's, just because.
You mean tent?
Nah, John. Because I wasn't there when John chose his spot.
Is there
And we
anything
haven't-
in the pocket?
We haven't previously had spots.
Nothing. Everything John's put in there, he's pulled back out. So yeah, no, be empty.
Okay. I don't have a lot to put in there, but and I pull out my old shield and I try and stuff it in the pocket to see if it'll fit. Hey, she's back.
Well.
Hey.
I think it's probably a little bit too big to get into the pocket, I think.
Yeah.
no, for like small, like when you're going to sleep, if you want to put like your things in and then like sleep next. Anyway, it's not important.
Okay.
You just sort of like this. So, and John's just gonna pull out like the prayer book that was given and go over and put it in and see. The pocket looks like it should end here, and he's just gonna put his arm in a little bit further, and then sort of a little bit further. Oh god, somebody's got me, it's pulling me in! Drop his whole shoulder.
I just jump over to try and grab John.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. It's, yep. It's alright, I just thought about that joke for a while. I finally had the opportunity to pull it off. You know,
I just slap him across the head.
Deserve that.
Good one.
Deserve it.
Classic
Yeah.
dad joke.
I am going to do my card.
You can do your card. So what are you doing while you do this card? Are you just going to be standing somewhere and doing it? Are you sitting down doing it? What are you...
I'm gonna like. I think I'll light the fire.
Mhm.
And Celeste has been like composing ballads all day, and I think I would have participated in that in a like unartistic way, but in a very way. So I'm gonna sit with her and then just pull it out, kind of not announce that I'm doing it, and then just.
Right. A few things happen. So it's kind of like you're watching this card move, and then for a second you just kind of doze off and you're just kind of in the card, almost like you're experiencing it. It's not like you're watching a card, you're in this experience, like a dream state almost. So the first thing you see is Vartex and a few other individuals grabbing your mother and saying that she's going to the Pixie King. And then the vision fades. And you see her standing, wearing leather armor, covered in stone black daggers from head to toe, with her hair done up, painted with red wall paint across her face. standing in what looks like almost a throne room. On one side, there is a human. He has long black hair and a black, well-kept beard. He has very, very distinct green eyes. He's very well dressed. Looks more like probably could be a nobleman. And on the other side of her, there's a dwarf. One of his eyes is completely white, and his hair and his beard is white, and he's covered in plate mail armor. All three of them standing on a line. In front of them, on this throne, or this big chair at least, there is this wolf-like creature wearing also a relatively fancy outfit, having a bit of a glass of wine in his hand. He's just sitting there. You can't really hear what they're saying, but it looks like your mother and the other two are taking orders from him, or at least doing whatever this individual is saying. On the dwarf's plate mail armor, you see two crossed golden hammers, and behind it there is a silver sword, which is the crest on the armor itself. The other individual doesn't seem to have any specific things to figure out who he is from, but he does look rather specific himself. It looks like it's a meeting, and as the more you spend time here, you kind of see that you're in a very fancy area, but you keep hearing this sound. It's almost like a ding sound. You're not quite sure. It goes ding. You're not quite sure what that sound is or where this is, but there's definitely some kind of background sound somewhere within this complex that makes a repetitive sound, and you can hear the mumbling of lots of other people around, but you can't see anything else than this happening. And this wolf-like creature, he says something, and he makes a gesture towards all three of them, and they all nod, and they walk out of the room. And the vision fades.
And the card's gone?
What's that?
Is the card gone?
The card's still there. Lost Jack Dreccik's card's still there as well.
Whoa, Miss Celeste. That was weird.
I
Cool.
thought it was quite good, actually.
Oh, sorry. No, I know you've been doing your song. I did the card thing that Mr. Vartix gave us.
Oh.
How? Ooh, seems fast.
Does it feel like time's passed? Like it feels like before, like where that period took a long time, but I was only gone a second from Celeste's perspective?
Doesn't seem. It just seemed like you just dozed off for a few seconds, and then all this happens.
Mine didn't make sense. Have you done yours yet?
Oh, I didn't get a card.
Oh, that's right. He told us all yours, because yours was the door thing. Oh, weird. Well, this is what happened in mine, and I will accurately recount it because I'm really good at that. And
Right.
Jacob is not fucking ways.
No.
Very
You get the full
descriptive.
story, very descriptive. Even the colors of the clothes and
Yeah.
everything.
I probably won't think to tell John and Dreccik unless... but I would repeat it if they told me. I think is how we would do that. And with Celeste, I'll tell her the story.
I haven't made it. Does it make any sense to you, Celeste? Seems weird. Throne room.
Well, that would be
Vartix?
the Pixie King.
Yeah, but like Vartix said that they were supposed to be about the quest, or were they just? Do you reckon it's just something that information he's just given me for me?
No, it was just information that he gave you, such as Dreccik was the one that he gave him, and Jean was given information about his wife.
Does the story that Vartex, this story, is that familiar from something that my mum has told me before? Like, is it a familiar story?
No, you have
It's
never
really
heard of any of this before.
Okay, and so my sense is that she just had like a fun time. She wasn't an adventurer.
Well, I mean, most of the stories that you've heard her tell have all seemed to be slightly off.
Yeah.
So you haven't really heard many of the stories. Like a lot of the smaller stories, like she went to this place and she was a part of a party and stuff like that. Some of the smaller things could probably be accurate. You don't really know, but everything that you have so far tested or have been encountering has all been wrong.
Have we had the contract before? We did, so he was bound to truth when he gave me this. Weird. Something's off. I'll then kind of sit by the fire and just be in my own thoughts.
What? Very well. Anything else?
We're out in the middle of nowhere in an area that we're not familiar with, so I can take the first 2 watches if anyone would like to get up later or anything like that.
Happy to take the first thing in the morning. I'll wake you all up for the day.
Great.
Right. So who's doing the first watch? Are you doing the first 2? Right.
Yep.
So make a perception check for the first one.
I'm going to give myself advantage on my perception check.
Right.
Oh, this is my first roll of the night. I haven't rolled yet.
I haven't been a lot of rolls today.
Well, the first one's pretty good, is a natural 18. And the second one was a natural 19, so over 23.
But so you don't seem to see anything that's gives you an idea that it's maybe dangerous or anything like that. There is some wildlife here and there, and you do spot a wolf with a pack at a certain point in time, but it seems to just be walking by, like it doesn't care. It doesn't care about you. It looks like it's on its way somewhere, migrating maybe. Is there anything particular? Yeah, is there anything particular that you want to do while you have your first watch?
I don't think so. I think she's content for now in just existing in whatever space she's in, so.
Right. And you can make one for your second one as well.
Oh, a natural 1! Boy.
Right. You doze off a little bit about some of the thoughts that you have over the day, and at some point you realize you haven't really been paying attention, but nothing seems to happen.
No one's asleep, no one saw that. No one told me to wake them up for the third watch, and so I'm going to wake up Dreccik.
Right.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
I'm going to bed, and I need you to get up and make sure that nothing, ambushes us while we're out on the road.
Oh. Okay. Just
Don't fall asleep.
gets up, stretches, and comes out and just plops his down by the whatever's remaining of the fire.
Do you want to drink while you wait?
What have we got?
I think the only thing I've got is vodka, so.
I'll take some. That sounds great.
Right.
Potato juice.
And she'll get those metal camping cups, and she'll put it next to the fire so that it heats up, and then pour the vodka in.
Right.
Just leave it there for him.
Thank
Put the
you.
book back and go to bed.
It's very kind. Good night.
Night.
There you go.
He just sort of pops awake for a second after the alcohol.
Very well. You can also make a perception check for your watch.
Okay. 10 plus 6, 16.
Right. It's not so much that there's any danger, but at one point your eyes wander towards the mountains in the far distance, and you see a flash of light, and a flash of light, and a flash of light. It's almost systematic. It just keeps going. Like every second for a little bit, you hear flashes of thunder, but then it dies out.
What are you up to, Stormlord? I guess we'll find out sooner or later.
And you know that the mountain that came from was the Slayer, the Gudanda. That is the area that it came from. But nothing
Slayer
else
of what?
happens. It's called Gudanbag. It's the tallest mountain in the known world. And it's also referred to as the Slayer because people who go there don't come back.
Okay. Then I just keep watch on it for a while, and when the lightning fades down, and then start leaning back and relaxing again.
But nothing else happens out of the ordinary.
Cool. Then I'll wake everyone up for morning, I guess. Is that right? Or is
No,
there
that's one more. So you need to wake up Sean.
Ah, okay. I'll wake up.
Do not
John.
wake us all up.
I don't know. I've never done this before.
Do not click the long rest button. No.
I'll just walk over to John and shake him. Chosen, Stormlord, wake up.
Blunder. Lightning.
Yeah,
Very, very frightening.
Yes. Actually, come here for a second.
Oh,
And
sorry,
I'll take John out and just point towards the mountain and be like, keep an eye on that. There was lightning striking the top of that for a while. I think Stormlord's trying to tell us something.
Oh. All right.
Anyway, you being the chosen, I'm sure you're all buddy buds with him now, aren't you?
Yep. Should be fine.
All right.
Thanks,
well,
friend.
Good night.
Night.
Walk back in the tent and lie down.
Sean's gonna find a little spot to sit and keep an eye on that. Probably not keeping an eye on the surroundings very well because he's gonna be watching the mountain.
That's right.
Pull out the prayer book and he's gonna start reading from the beginning of the prayer book. But Sean's not very big on reading, so he would get like 3 pages in and be like, "That's enough for tonight." Like, whew, that's a lot. And he'd like reread pages over and over again. But for the most part, yeah, he's looking up at the mountain.
Right. Well, make a perception check.
Huzzah! Not bad. 19.
Every now and then you also notice that there's like a rumble and then a flash. Rumble, flash. Rumble, flash. But it comes and goes. It's not constant the whole time through.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to close the book, think for a moment. Place it down in front of him. Put his axe down in front of him. Sort of have it all facing and pointing the mountain. And he's going to go onto his knees, put his hands together, bow his head, and I hope I'm doing this right. Thank you, Stormlord, for your your initial blessing. I hope this works for the two of us, and may your thunder be loud and your lightning bright. In your name, O Stormlord. I'm just going to slowly sit back up, grab these things, and wait till morning.
Right. Oh, good. Eventually it becomes morning.
All right. Grab something metal, probably a pot or a pan or something that we would have used to cook, and just start hitting it with the side of the axe. Hey, everybody up!
I hope that's the sound of ale.
I mean, if we got any left, that's up to you, friend.
Just gonna
Anytime
roll
we eat,
over.
get ready.
Gonna roll over, and my tail's just gonna go flying to the side. I don't know who's lying next to me, but my tail's in danger of hitting him.
No!
Sorry, Igwe. Stand up, walk out.
That thunder and lightning continued through the night, Dreccik. It was seemed to be sort of specifically over that mountain, but it would come and go.
I noticed that too, but I couldn't make head nor tail of it myself.
Neither. Thank you for the book, by the way. I began reading it last night.
Yeah, it's a good book. Read it. I would have read it myself, but you know.
Yeah, that curse. That's right.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
It's so good. I've had it my whole life. I'm sure I'll get over it one day.
I'll do my best to look after this thing. I'm only 3 pages in, and I'm understood about 6 words of it, but with enough time, I'm sure I'll get this as well. Everyone else up? Sorry?
No, just pulls out his amulet. Pop quiz. That symbol. God's name.
Stormlord?
Lucia. Try again.
All right, I think I just got through like the introduction. All right, I'll try.
He read the book and it's like intro to gods. What is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
god?
Yeah.
Welcome to the religion.
A Hindrum 101.
Yeah. About the author. That's what I got.
It's just like the reviews. Great
this
book.
is a fiction book.
It's weird. It keeps talking about like 5 stars and like 97 on Amazon. I don't know.
Uber God rating.
This religion's weird. This whole God thing.
So Celeste is going to go over to the fire and make herself a coffee. And then as soon as she's got it, she's going to get up and, dragging her bag behind her, just get into the back of the cart and go back to sleep for a while. The coffee next to her. Okay, unless anyone stops her or talks to her, that's her plan.
Nope. Sean's going to start packing up and getting ready. Sees people moving. He's ready to move.
You might have got up a bit early, John. You're quite quiet this morning. Quieter than you usually are.
Oh, I am?
Anyway. I'll come sit with you, Celeste. I've got a book I want to read. I think I'm picking up on this reading thing. Anyway.
Can we do it later? Does it have to be right now, Ingwe?
Yeah, no worries. I'll just read it myself and then later on.
Okay.
You're right driving again, Dreccik?
If John could drive for the first part of the day, I think I'm going to lie down and soak up some sun.
Happy to.
Can I have that book, Celeste?
What book?
Gideon's Journal.
It's in her bag, which she's using as a pillow, and she's gone back to sleep. But if you would like to wake her up and get
I
it,
would like to wake her up and get it. That was that.
I'll just read it. I'll read it myself.
and she kind of like slaps it into your chest, zips the bag back up, and rolls over grumpily.
So you have deciphered most of that book already through reading it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get. There's another book that Ingwe has that he hasn't read.
Oh, that's a Claro book, yeah.
The Claro book, and he's got his mother's like kid storybooks.
Mhm.
So from his vision, he's like, "There's something going on here," and he's gonna spend the 8 hours or whatever we travel uninterrupted. Whatever time we're traveling, he's gonna be in the back. Like, I've just learned to read, and now I'm like a genius reader. I can like.
Okay. Is there anything specifically that you want to focus on reading? Is that?
So I actually will spend most of the time reading the book that Celeste has already read to me, so that I can learn how to read. And then I would like to read the next book, and then probably another time I'll try and do like a roll to make connections of things that you haven't already told me. So I'll read the second book.
Okay. The book that Celeste has is probably not the easiest one to learn how to read from, because there's 5 different people writing things on top of each other, pretty much.
Yeah, except that
But
she's read it. She's read it out loud to me. So the purpose of spending a time doing that is like learning to read rather than finding any more insights. And then I'm going to read the other book.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just because that specific book is really hard to read originally, but you can definitely do that too now.
Yep.
Yeah. No worries. You can definitely do that.
So I would like to read the book that I haven't read before.
Right. So make an investigation check with that one.
Come on! 2 rolls that fell off the table. Yes, that's what we're after. 20 exactly.
Right. So this book is a how should I say? It's kind of like a religious book if you were cult. It kind of paints Claro as a saint who is said to cleanse the world of evil by bringing them back to undead form. It's also said that she was treated by Vecna in a really bad way. It doesn't specifically say what happened, but it says that Vecna definitely did something horrible to her, and she has seen herself as being destined to kill Vecna and take his place. It also says that she created the Black Legion to destroy all life. And then once all life has been destroyed, the Black Legion will fight itself until only one persists. And then that individual and Clawo will rule the world together.
Really dead.
And it has a drawing of Claro, which appears to be a drow drider, but a much, much larger version than what you've already faced. She is drawn in front of an army of black-cladded members, and she seems to be huge in her spidery form.
And no insight into how they did it.
How they did what?
Like no mechanical, like if you drink this potion and kill 100 people and take the blood of 60 virgins, none of that sort of stuff.
Not with that roll.
Yeah.
Potentially, but not with that roll. Even if it was a natural 20.
Yeah. It wasn't natural, it was dirty. Dirty.
Okay, 30-20. Yeah. That's what I meant. But yes, you definitely get that from reading it.
Ah, Claro, that wasn't what I was expecting in this book. Oh, weird. And then I will start reading my mother's stories out loud and listening to Celeste's song from the other day, like follow her tune to like replace the tune that she had with the stories of that my mother told.
Right. Well, go through your mother's books, it's kid stories, and there's a few different ones. There's one of them about a villain in a tower, and yeah, there's a few different versions of it.
Cool.
Right. Anything else that anyone else wishes to do?
At some point, I'd like to just go up to Jean and be like, hey, Jean.
Yep.
That prayer book that I gave you.
Yeah.
If you happen to read anything in relation to Ran in there, could you let me know?
Of course.
I doubt there's anything in there, but, just in case.
Absolutely. I'll make
I
sure
doubt
to
they
let
would
you
have. I doubt they would have been doing much prayers to Ran where I learned how to do prayers and stuff. Is all.
I mean, I'll be honest. As I'm reading through this, I'm probably gonna have questions. So there might be times in our travels where, when I get through a little bit, I'll come to you regardless what I read. But I'll make sure to definitely come to you if I hear anything for Ron.
Nope, that's fair. That's fair. All right, thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Come on, Jerry. Come on, Janina.
Very accurate. Like, so you travel for most of the day again. It's a pretty straightforward. It has a bit of a climb at the end, going towards this hill near Blunder Peak. The city of Blunder Peak itself is in a little valley, which is it's a place to travel through for a lot of traders and such like that. But the destination isn't going to the city. The destination is going up the hill to where the battle was once fought. But you do not manage to get all the way up before, again, it's time to make camp.
Bedtime, I think. Make the last of it in the morning.
Yes, I don't fancy climbing when you can barely see, what you're actually stepping on, and you know what you're like with hills. So.
Yep. Not gonna argue with you there.
If the stories about this peak are indeed true, I suggest we get as good a sleep as we can. Because tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day.
Perhaps Mr. Dreccik and I can take the first watch, and then Celeste, you can do the night one, and Mr. John, you can do the early morning like you usually do.
Sure.
I'll be awake anyway.
Seems fair to me.
Sitting around the fire, I'll come sit slightly too close to Dreccik. This watch is a long time. You're a magic guy. I've done this thing, with Mr. John, and it upsets him. But if you know magic, it might not upset you. Anyway,
Um, I want to know what the sword looks like so I can help find it.
Oh, I pull out the card. Is the sword still on the card?
Yes.
Looks like that.
Exactly like that. Can you focus on this flame and imagine the vision so that I can see it?
The sword vision?
Yeah. Can you remember what it looks like?
Yeah, I can try.
I'm gonna try and like hypnotize him with like a flame. I'm not sure if like when I was a kid and I got hurt, my mum did a thing where she like put a thing in front of my face and was like, "You're not hurt anymore," and you were just distracted by the like shiny thing. I'm gonna do that to Dreccik. Like, just follow the flame and imagine the vision. And then I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts on him to try and see the vision.
Right. You get the same image that he received, pretty much. Like, you just kind of read the imagery that he saw of this sword and of this battle and this orc who once were in the possession of this, and how he thrust it into the ground and pretty much caused a minor explosion, or whatever you want to call it, and sent his enemies flying. And since then, it seems like it's not been able to be recaptured.
And then I'm gonna pull out my little fork and see if I can cast Locate Object on the sword.
Right. I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Yes. No! Why didn't I do this yesterday when I had advantage? Little thing. I'm pretty good at Wisdom saving throws. That is a 12 total.
You are blinded for 4 hours.
And I don't know where the thing is. Yeah.
No.
Ingwe, what was that? What did you do to me?
I saw your vision. It was.
Why are your eyes closed?
My eyes aren't closed; they're open.
They. Oh.
I can't see anything.
Is this a side effect of that spell?
Nah, different one. I tried to find the sword, and now I can't see.
Is this permanent?
I don't know.
Right.
Do you have like a sometimes like holy people can like fix things like that.
If I pray, I might have something tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm going to use Control Flames to make the fire really bright.
Okay. All right.
To see if I can see.
You see no difference. You are completely black right now.
But I've learned my lesson and haven't made the fire actually bigger. It's just brighter. It's not a bonfire. It's just.
It's hard to see around when the flames are so bright, Ingwe.
Hang on a second. I'm going to wild shape.
Okay. You're now. What are you wild shaping into?
I don't have flight. What's good at seeing in the dark? I'm gonna wild shape into like a cat.
Well, you are now a blind cat.
I'm now a blind cat. What?
Ingwe. I'm just gonna pick up the cat, put it down on my lap, and go, I think you need to lie down for a bit.
Yeah, can you put me on my bedroll?
You hear in your head. No, I've got telepathy. I can telepathically.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Just bring it back into the tent, put him down. You're gonna be okay, Ingwe. I'll hear you tomorrow if it's still bad.
I'm gonna stay asleep as a cat.
Right. Dreccik, I need you to make a perception check.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be on watch.
Yeah, I'm like, you can't watch while you're blind. 18 plus 6, 24.
Seems to be a quiet night. You do feel a presence of something more than just yourself. You feel the presence of someone watching over you. What that means, you don't know.
I just look up at the sky and I'm just like, Ran, I'm still not entirely certain if you're there or not. I'm going to need your help if I'm going to get this sword back, which, by the looks of my vision, seems to be very, very important to you. So, any help would be much appreciated. Thank you. And then I'll just watch.
Do not see any difference. You keep feeling that someone is definitely watching you. But other than that, you don't see anyone or anything.
Okay. I'll finish my watch and then I'll go to wake up Celeste. I think that was the next one. I've never woken up Celeste before, so this will be Celeste. She sort of shakes.
She like reach out to touch her. She'll like go up to like slap your hand away.
Okay. It's your watch.
Right, move.
Okay, moving. Celeste, did you want me to give you something to help you watch?
Like what?
I just need to hold your hand for a second to help your vision.
Right.
And I'll just cast guidance on Celeste.
She's married now. You're asked for a hand.
So here, this will help. May your watch be true.
Right.
Good night.
Night.
Turn around and go back to sleep.
Right. You go back to sleep. Celeste, what do you do on your watch?
Tries to stay awake. Celeste does not do the mid shift. She only doesn't do the mid shift. She is a shift person. So it's very much just like
Right.
trying to stay awake.
Well, make any perception check.
I am going to take the check with disadvantage.
Go for it.
Because yeah, being woken up because she like elves don't actually sleep; they meditate, and it's like a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 10 for the first. Yeah, so let's say 14.
The D4 if you want it.
Oh yeah, and the D4, so 14. I know, I like have played a cleric before, and I'm always like D4, D4, D4. Natural guidance. 14 plus 1 for a 15.
Seems to be a very bright night. There seems to be a lot of stars out. You feel also some sort of presence come over you, like someone is watching you. Not quite sure if it's good or bad, but you do feel like you're not alone. Like something else out there is with you.
Alexander, are you spying on us again?
No response.
I'm serious. If you're out there and you don't show yourself, and I find out that you've been spying on me and my friends, I'll not be happy. Be it on your own head. and she will lean back and kind of just like watch the stars and like find all like the constellations and stuff.
Right.
Before she
That's
can
not
kind of
bad.
like just see the horizon getting lighter, and then she'll go wake John.
Right. All good.
The way she wakes John is kind of like going over and like dropping into like the space next to him, like in like in the tent, like the bed area, just being like, all right, you're up, your turn now.
Mm-hmm.
It's still warm here where you're sleeping, so I'm just gonna get
Sure. John's gonna like stand up, do the whole like pulling like his underwear out from the wedgie that he's got, and just one eye half open, just looks at a route, memorizes it, closes his eyes again, and walks it best he can until he's outside in the cold again. And all right, I'm up. And yeah, he's gonna keep it nice and simple tonight. He's gonna just look around for any sort of thunder, lightning, anything like that. And he's instead just going to spend the time looking over his axe and just trying to pick up any details to see if there's like in the shimmer, like not just lightning, if there's like the symbol of the Stormlord hidden in there or any runes or anything like that. Like he's just going to spend as much time as he can investigating this.
Right. Well, you can make a perception check.
Sweet. 14.
Keep looking over this axe, and every time you do, it seems almost like the lightning in there is pretty random. It's not like systematic. Some of the veins in the wood have slight markings to them, not so deep, just like really surface level. One of them seems a little deeper, and one of them is a symbol from the Stormlord, but it seems to almost be like carved into the wood. But you haven't noticed that before. It wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah.
You definitely didn't see that. But it seems like it's definitely getting more and more decorative. Or at least something's going on with it.
Fucking dope. I mean, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
The watch itself, you also get a bit through before you feel like a presence is coming over you as well, like someone is watching you or watching over you or at least looking at you maybe.
I'm going to do a perimeter check as well. Don't like that feeling.
Do a very thorough investigation. You don't see anyone. Don't see anything. You just have a feeling that someone is watching over you.
All right. Hope that's you. Shakes his head. Waits for the sun to rise, and when it does, he's going to be a little kinder this morning and instead go slowly waking people up. A little shake on the shoulder.
Fair enough.
Up you get. One by one. Come on. We got shit ahead of us today.
Ingwe. Can you see yet?
I can see 4 hours.
There was only 4 hours. It was past.
I can heal you now, Ingwe.
Oh, that's good, but I can see.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
But
Okay.
it's good that you have that spell, because...
Might need it later, you're right.
Well, I've got the stick that can find things, and last night, I tried to use it to find your sword, and then I couldn't see anything. So,
I can tell you where the sword is.
you already know where it is.
It's up
Oh, well,
there.
that was silly then.
It's on top of the hill that we're going up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Does everyone know where it is and they just can't get... Why can't they get there?
It's protected.
By what?
Monsters of some kind.
Monsters of some kind.
Yeah, I think
Like-
it's snake-like monsters, if I remember correctly.
It was said to be monsters, yeah.
Yeah.
Like undead monsters, or like beasts, or like what things? What things
Like
protect it?
serpent being things.
Serpent being things. Because do you reckon because you're chosen, you're just gonna walk in and be like, "Papa!" Or do you think we're gonna have to prove that we're powerful enough and kill all the monsters?
We're definitely going to have to prove ourselves, but because we're chosen, I think we have a chance compared to everyone else who have tried, who hasn't come back.
What do you think? What do you think the test will do? Should you just go by yourself and like we'd be like, hey?
I mean, I feel like I need to go. If you want to come with me or not, that's up to you. But
Yeah, I'll come with you. How far away do you reckon the sword is from here? Should we leave the horses here and like walk up so they don't get eaten by beasts?
I reckon we can make the distance by walking. But how far walking do you reckon it'd be, Tom?
A few hours.
Yeah, I reckon walking would be good if we start soon. We can get there before the afternoon.
Or should we bring the horses a bit closer? When are the beasts coming?
I don't know. I've never been here before myself. I've only heard stories.
Okay. Oh well. Anyone want to get anything out of their pockets before I put the tent down?
Right, I'm getting up. Hang on, I'm still in here. Don't close it yet. Crawls out. Dragging like a blanket with it. It's so cold up here.
At least it's not snowing.
Did any of you, by the way, have an inkling like you were being watched last night?
Oh, I thought it was Alexander.
No, I thought it was Ron.
And I thought it was the Storm Lord. That's why I thought I'd ask, just in case. I'm new to this whole thing. I wasn't sure what to expect, and I thought if it was just me, I'd have my answer, but... Good, I guess.
Did you feel anything, Ingwe? In your blindness?
Well, I saw your vision, and then I went blind, and then I turned into a cat, and I had a very good sleep.
You went blind?
Wait, what?
I tried to find the sword, and when I was trying to find the sword, I didn't want to be found, and then I couldn't see. Then I made the fire bright, and Dreccik told me that the fire was bright, but I couldn't see that the fire was bright because I couldn't see. And then I turned into a cat, and sometimes that fixes things temporarily, and it didn't. So I went to sleep. So I didn't have anyone feeling me up while I was watching.
Oh boy, that's a no. Yeah, that's a whole different word.
Good that there's no one feeling you up in your sleep, Ingwe. I'm glad.
When it happens.
So there must be some sort of powerful protection ward, I would assume, on this sword.
Well, it is a sword from the gods, I believe, so...
Yes, what I'm saying, you know, the creatures that you speak of are not the only thing protecting it.
Yeah.
Some
That makes
say
sense.
it's protected by two of the gods themselves, I suppose. The, whatever the two gods are called. Flando and Asgard. The orc Monsoon, who was who was marked by both Flando and Asgard, thrust it into the ground upon his demise, and it has been said that it has been protected to this day by the two gods. So,
Cool.
Right. Well, should make an exciting day. Nothing else.
Can I put the tent down now?
Yes. Right.
that is the most amazing tent I've ever seen.
It's
If my camp had tents like that, we would have no trouble moving.
they're pretty incredible.
Got ours for free as well.
Organized by associate of ours by the name of Ball. I'm sure you'll meet him one day.
You reckon I could use that Dreamweaver thing and, like, dream about tents, and then we could sell them, and then we'd make heaps of money? That'd be a good use of that magical item, I reckon. Anyway, for the future, we'll be rich.
Good,
Well,
dude. There's always that risk.
Yes. So it's something to think about in the future, perhaps, but right now, we have a lot of items on our agenda.
And I just look up the hill. Shall we move the horses closer, or shall we start walking?
Walk? We can't even see the peak yet.
It's not so much a mountain as it is a hill, so it's like a slow incline. So you wouldn't really see a peak by itself from the bottom anyway.
Exactly. Well, when we can see the top, that's when
Right.
we'll walk.
And it is starting to get snowy up there. You are going right on the border now, where you're going back into dangerous territory.
I concentrate on my boots and see if they can tell me what the weather's going to do.
It is going to be cold. It's not going to be snowing for the next 25 minutes.
It's not going to be snowing for 25 minutes. Why don't we use the horses until it starts snowing, and then we'll tie them up somewhere.
Leave them out here in the cold.
Or take them into the place with the monsters and the ward that makes you blind. I mean,
Yes, but could we leave a fire or something going for them? Not just tie them up and leave them to be covered in snow.
They should be alright in the cold. Horses should do fine as long as they got a little bit of cover.
These horses are used to this sort of weather. They're bred from these parts, so.
Are there any, like, I assume without leaves based on the weather, but maybe not? Trees around?
No, this hill is pretty desolate. It's just like almost like, it feels like a rock almost.
Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll leave a bit of food just in case we take longer than expected. Fill them up.
Right.
Alright. Hey Janita, are you still gassy? I will look at that one day.
I think it's starting to understand you.
Right. So yeah, you tie the horses, or leave the horses at least, and trek on foot. It takes a bit of time, and eventually, as you get higher up the mountain and the snow starts kicking in, you'll feel almost like a crunching feeling under your feet. And as you walk, you notice bones. More and more bones. You see orcish skulls, arms and legs and torsos. This isn't snow. This is bones.
Wait, like snowing down bones.
Nope. So what you saw from the bottom that looked like it was snow is not snow, it's bones.
Oh, I thought you meant it was snowing, but it was like snowing shards. Okay, I'm with
No.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
No. After about 25 minutes of walking, it also does begin to snow because it is in that region, but it's right on the border.
To clarify as well, is it bone as in from a distance it looks like snow, but once you get up close it's like full bone?
Yes.
Or is it like most of it has been crushed into like dust, like bone dust, and there's a few chunks of bone around?
It's a mix. It's a mix of crushed bones and actual bones scattered across. There's also
Enough that like
human skulls and such.
okay.
So as Ingwe's walking, could he collect like a knuckle bone set?
Absolutely.
This bone dust isn't good to breathe in, guys. Cover up if you can. And John's gonna pull up his little like handkerchief, scarf type thing, and pull it over his mouth and nose.
In between the bones, you also see like broken swords and old smashed shields and equipment. Seems like there's been a big fight here once, and thousands of people died. But you press on.
Everyone to Blunder Peak.
We certainly weren't exaggerating when you speak about how dangerous it is up here.
Monsoon fought bravely till the end. They say he took out most of these himself.
Right.
One individual did all this.
That's what the stories say. And we're off to get his sword.
All right. Jean's gonna, if he can find any intact, he's gonna grab a couple arrows to replenish his quiver.
There is none. They're all broken
arrows.
or destroyed or
Okay.
rusty or in any way destroyed by the weather. As you get closer to the top, eventually you can start making out some figures, some structures of some sort. There's a few things that catch your eye. There is a what looks to be the remnants of a Viking ship on top of this hill, with a little dragon head buried halfway through this, which is now turning into snow and bones. And there is what looks to be an individual hunched down with his hand on a sword in the middle of this clearing of sorts. There's a few carts and a few dead horses and a few individuals who look like they have probably not arrived long ago, but they have been dead at least a few weeks. All of them with an expression on their face that they have seen horror.
Keep your wits about you.
Axe and shield out.
I'm just gonna. Do I recognize the hunched figure clutching the sword?
It looks like a almost mummified version of an orc, which seems familiar.
I think that's who we're looking for.
Hey, Mr. Dreccik. Maybe you should go on ahead a little bit, and we'll keep an eye on you.
I think so.
Here, take this for good luck.
And I'll tuck a feather into like, is there like a pocket or a buttonhole that on your what you're wearing?
It's just lots of fur, so.
Oh yeah, I'll tie it to the perfect. I'll add it to your fur,
Yep.
and I'm going to cast enhance ability.
Right.
And give you advantage on con checks. And
Okay.
2d6, I'm going to give you 5 temporary hit points.
Okay.
an advantage on con checks. No, that's a silly thing to. Nah, let's do it. Do it. It's not con saves, it's con checks. That's real silly. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, I'm going to turn everyone and be like, I think you should stand back, except... And I look at John and I'm like, I think we're the only two that can really go closer than this.
Right.
Said-
Guess we'll take some steps back. Shout if you need us.
Shot's like just starting, like, oh, you sure? It's Celeste's already like far away, like,
She like a misty steps back down the mountain.
yeah. Just sitting on the carriage with the horses, just drinking tea.
It says that only a champion mightier than Monsoon himself can wield the sword, so... And an individual marked by 2 gods.
I mean, we got 2 individuals, each marked by a god, so I see where you're going with it. Alright. John's gonna look up to see, as he takes his first half step, just to test the waters, if there's any thunder, lightning, even just a small sparkle of light in the clouds that looks like lightning.
Not at the moment, though. It seems to be snowing, not heavily, but just light.
Lead the way, friend.
Before we step forth, I'm just going to turn to the party and just... If anything happens, if anything goes wrong, even though I've only known you for a brief period, I'm glad to have met you. Glad to have met you all. Hope to be with you for a while yet. And I cast motivational speech.
What does that do?
Choose up to 5 creatures within range that can hear you for the duration of an hour. Each affected creature gains 5 temporary hit points and has advantage on wisdom saving throws. If an affected creature is hit by an attack, it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes.
Ooh.
But once you lose your temporary hit points, it ends. So
Yeah.
And temporary hit points don't stack, right?
No.
No.
Whichever is the highest over rights.
Dreccik, this isn't goodbye, so don't make it sound like it is. And I'll give you a point of bardic inspiration. Jean, you're going with him, right?
Seem to be.
Alright, well, be careful and make sure we got each other's back. I'll give you a point of bardic inspiration too.
Of course.
Just a question, does that motivational speech affect me as well? Or I don't it says hear me, so I don't know.
You can make it affect yourself as well. But
I don't think I will. I think
Okay.
I'll just keep Ingwe's con advantage.
Right. Because you would override the one that he gave you then.
Yeah.
In the future, we'll be much more strategic, and I'll give you a better advantage.
This is D&D.
Fine, now we
will never
both
be
know we
more
have these
strategic.
spells. We'll be good.
It's all good.
All right. Okay. Well, let's go, John.
Right behind you.
John's gonna keep
Crunch.
sort of 5 feet to the left and about 5 feet back.
Yep. Crunch, 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 crunch. Just walk up to the sword carefully.
You see a mummified corpse of an orc holding it on his one knee, but it doesn't seem to be moving.
Do I notice markings of the gods on this mummified corpse?
Yeah, you definitely notice that there's 2 markings of the gods, one on each of his underarms, like his arms.
Yep, as I thought. This is Monsoon. Great orc.
Alright. So what do you just like take it or
I assume so, but in doing so, I'm proclaiming that I am a mightier man than Monsoon, and you can tell from the bones around you that this was no mere mortal.
Yeah, I'm all for hyping you up, but you know that whole deal thing. I don't think you got, and you take this as many enemies on. Don't get me wrong, me neither. But bitch, you're telling the truth. I'm afraid.
Before I take this sword, I guess someone should know. The reason I was banished from my village is because I tried to make a deal with the enemy. I healed their soldiers in return for them to stop attacking us. They betrayed us and took most of our land in return. I tried to stop the bloodshed, and instead I caused more.
I'm sure you thought it through, and that seemed to be the logical solution at the time. But this is yeah. This is where I think you're gonna have to prove yourself.
I just look up and go, Ron, you chose me for a reason. I trust you. And I grab the sword.
So the sword itself is stuck within the rock.
Mm-hmm.
And you are unable to move it. But as soon as you touch it, you start hearing something. Everyone does. And it sounds like an entire army are bashing on their shields around you. And another sound echoes through this room area. The Viking ship cracks open. And its timber limb starts forming into something else. With this Viking dragon head of the bow of the ship starts uncurling its beams into what looks like a wooden dragon. And you all hear, "You will fail." And that's where we'll leave it for the next episode.
There it is from the DM's lips themselves. We will fail. All right, got it. Cool.
Right, time to make a new character.
Okay, if you need us. Good luck.
Yeah.
There we go.
John's sliding down the hill, like through the groove in the dirt, stands up next to you, just like, I think we got it.
Well, yeah. Now you get to fight the Guardian.
So I just want to say for my notes, I put Viking ship, dragon construct. Oh God, oh dear God, what have we gotten ourselves into?
Right.
Oh God.
Very well. But at least for now, that's where we'll leave it. In front of the sword, surrounded by the sounds of 1,000 shields, and a wooden dragon.
Right.
Ingrid, now's the time to pull out the fire. It's your time to shine.
Burn that
Well,
bitch.
This time.
Well, there you go. All right. I guess that's the end of today, so I guess we need to figure out who we're going to raid.
It
Own it.
says with TPK next.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh.
Don't jinx us.
DPK. No.
Hey, I can have Revivify. Good.
Yeah. We're the only marked ones. We'll be the only ones to die. It's only a HPK.
I took Revivify. I've got Revivify on.
Okay,
I was like-
we're both good.
Okay.
I was like,
Yeah.
I have a feeling, after I got blinded, I was like, I have a feeling someone's going to have to walk in by themselves and just keep them on.
Right.
Yeah, so for other stream mails, we have got Eldritch Scribe at it again, episode 3. We have Not Rob May doing their Rising from the Last War. There is Heaven and Hell. Oh, that looks like a Eastern European. I don't know. There's letters there that imply to me Eastern European. So I don't.
It's just English, John.
Yeah. And there is Atticus64 who is doing D&D Mythic Odysseys and Theros.
Well, I got a 3.
Oh, right, that thing.
I got a 12.
Do I get to choose? I got an 18.
I got that 4.
Ah!
I
got
got
one.
15.
Yay!
Oh, you get to choose for one shot.
Huzzah! Read. Wait a minute. Let's jump on in. We're going to say hello to Atticus. We're going to see what they're all about. They're a new group. They're playing online. They seem cool. I mean, from a thumbnail,
sounds cool.
You never know.
Give them lots
it
of
could
love.
be terrible, but they're playing D&D, so how bad could they be?
Yeah. Well.
Any D&D
Exactly.
is
You
good
can't
D&D.
go wrong with it, so I'm sure they're going to be awesome.
Fair enough.
Okay. Sweet Raid has been created.
Sweet.
Sounds great.
Exciting.
Night, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Disney Night.
Thank you all
Thank you
for dropping
so
in.
This was a fun one.
Yeah.
Don't forget, mean competition will be announced on Discord for the giveaway at some point this week. Awesome, exciting. Sorry, I'm so tired.
It's all good. It's late.
All right. Raid down in 3, 2,
Monsters and Mayhem.
1. Monsters and Mayhem. Woo! And with